Chapter 1105. Yin Zhaoge couldn't be bothered to analyze how the upper exalt Qin Qianhua was right now. Right now, he was about to meet a person who could be on par with Qin Qianhua, or even surpass him. 200 years ago, little sword god. 100 years ago, young master Tian. The heavenly young master referred to the current upper exalt Qin Qianhua. The other little sword god was the person Yin Zhaoge was about to meet. Long Xueji traveled under the pseudonym Qian Xueji. He had once appeared briefly in the world beyond worlds, before vanishing very quickly. He was hailed as the most dazzling meteor of the world beyond worlds in the past few centuries. His true identity was the third son of the roving jade heaven's profound sovereign, Gao Qingxian, and the dragon spring emperor Long Xingqiuan. In the world beyond worlds, it was he who had established a benchmark for the world beyond worlds in the recent centuries. Those who could be mentioned alongside him, such as Qin Qianhua and Ye Jingxian before and Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di now, were all hailed as geniuses amongst geniuses, definitely becoming legends of a generation. The rest were people like Fu Ting, who were extremely talented. Even though they were famous, they were still a bit weaker. Yin Zhaoge had once met Long Xueji in the immortal court a few years ago. Sadly, they had parted ways in a hurry, only having officially met each other now. His appearance was still the same as the last time they met. He wore a snow-white robe and a jade crown on his head. He looked like a youth of 15 or 16 years of age. His sharp aura was even sharper than Long Hanhua's. Just from his external appearance alone, he was much younger than Long Hanhua beside Yin Zhaoge. However, in terms of actual age, Long Xueji was clearly over 200 years old. That year, he had revealed his identity and left the world beyond worlds to return to the roving jade heavens, getting married and having children. When his son Long Hanhua had more or less come of age, Long Hanhua had replaced him in returning to the world beyond worlds under the pseudonym Lin Hanhua. Other than Long Xueji, there was also a white-haired old man who stood beside Long Xueji. On the surface, one was an old man and the other was a young man, but they were real brothers. The white-haired old man was the eldest son of the profound sovereign and the spring empress, and Long Xueji's older brother, Gao Xuebua. At the same time, he was also Gao Qing's grandfather, the master of Green Duckweed Mountain's minor White Peak. Sun Zhongda and the others were all the second-generation disciples of his sect. Senior apprentice Uncle Gao, Senior apprentice Uncle Long. Yin Zhaoge smiled as he greeted the two. Looking at him, not only did Gao Xuebua smile faintly, Long Xueji also revealed a faint smile. Both of them nodded and said, "No need to be so polite." Yin Zhaoge cupped his hands towards Long Xueji. Senior apprentice Uncle Long. It is a great pity that we did not have a chance to have a deep conversation when we brushed past each other previously. Today we can finally formally meet again. After a short pause, he congratulated. I also have to congratulate Uncle Master Long for pushing open the immortal door and ascending to the realm of true immortality. The Long Xueji, before him, had shockingly successfully passed the immortal mortal tribulation. Just a few years ago, he was still revered in the human world. Now he had successfully crossed the heavenly chasm. Based on his age, he was probably the youngest perfected immortal in the past 1,000 years. Long Xueji was much younger than his elder brother, Gao Xuebua. However, he had already successfully taken that step and entered a completely new world. Looking at Gao Xuebua and Long Xueji, Yin Zhaoge pondered. Even if the senior apprentice Uncle Gao is not as old as the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengcheng, he is still not young. Yet, he has never managed to take that step. I wonder if it is similar to the Earth Exalts. As he thought this, Yin Zhaoge said, "While I have wanted to pay a visit to the roving jade heavens, I have yet to find a way to do so. It is truly a coincidence that I am able to come here this time. The stars of fortune are shining down upon me. My father has always wanted to come to the roving jade heavens to take a look. Now that I have found a way, I will report it to my father after returning, so that I can come here as soon as possible." Hearing Yin Zhaoge's words, Gao Xuebua shook his head lightly. "While we have never met your father before, we have been friends for a long time. We also hope to meet him soon. Still, there is no need to rush. It is currently not peaceful in the world beyond worlds. You must be busy." Yin Zhaoge nodded. Many thanks for your understanding, senior apprentice uncles. He asked. From what senior apprentice brother Long said just now, senior apprentice granduncle, and the profound sovereign are both in secluded cultivation now. That's right, Gao Shuebwa said. You have come at a bad time. My father has just entered secluded cultivation not long ago, while my mother has already been in death seclusion for many years. Yin Zhaoge smiled. It is fine. I will come with my father next time. Hopefully, we will be lucky and the two majesties will have already left seclusion then. They conversed happily. Gao Shuebwa was solemn and dignified while Long Xueji was cold and aloof. Still they appeared very gentle as they conversed with Yin Zhaoge. Gao Shuebwa even displayed his talkative side. While Long Xueji still spoke few words, he did not show any signs of impatience at all. Strictly speaking, this was the first time they conversed as they were of the older generation. Even Gao Shuebwa and his brother seldom came into contact with the exalted gold luminary, Yin Xintang couple. Still, Gao Shuebwa and Long Shuebwa both greatly revered Yin Xintang and Di Qinglian. Secondly, they similarly admired Yin Zhaoge and Di Qinglian. Yin Zhaoge was also adept at finding topics to talk about. With Long Hanhua accompanying him, the two sides who had originally had a good foundation swiftly became more familiar with each other. So, your name originates from a proverb of that lower world. Gao Shuebwa stroked his beard, smiling. Yin and Zhao have many people who sing sorrowful songs. Yin Zhaoge, interesting. He swiveled his head to look at Long Xueji and Long Hanhua. Speaking of this, the name I gave Hanhua was somewhat similar to this. Yin Zhaoge smiled. Could it be from the Era 5 scriptures, the Dragon Han 5 tribulations? The supreme martial arts of the prime clear direct lineage were most renowned for their sword Dao. Now many people only knew of the famed immortal exterminating four swords. Still, there were actually other supreme martial arts of the prime clear direct lineage, besides the numinous treasure four swords. There were also the Era 5 scriptures which originated from the Era 5 tribulations. The 5 tribulations were the Dragon Han, Crimson Bright, Founding Emperor, High Emperor and Eternal Peace. They were also known as the Taoist 5 tribulations, or the Dragon Han 5 tribulations. The 9 heavens open, the splendor of the Dragon Han. Long Xueji smiled, looking at his son. I didn't think too much about it back then. Just having this thought, I decided on the name. Yin Zhaoge rubbed his palms in admiration. Hearing this, Long Hanhua smiled. I've let junior apprentice brother Yin see a joke. How could that be? Yin Zhaoge shook his head repeatedly. As they chatted, Yin Zhaoge suddenly thought of something as he asked Gao Shuebwa's trio. Right, there is something that I might have asked abruptly. I hope that you can forgive me. Long Xueji said. Just say it. Hearing his words, Yin Zhaoge immediately asked. Is the head of the world beyond worlds 10 exalts, the upper exalt Chen Qianhua, related to the roving jade heavens? While I have long heard of his name, this upper Chen is unrelated to my prime clear lineage, Gao Shuebwa answered solemnly. Yin Zhaoge nodded. From the looks of it, his bright red tribulation scripture should have been a fortuitous encounter in which he obtained a legacy of the prime clear lineage of pre-great calamity times. Hearing his words, Gao Shuebwa's trio exchanged looks. I only learned of this today. Other than my father and I, this person is probably the only one who possesses the martial arts of the prime clear lineage, yet is still able to walk openly in the world beyond worlds. Yin Zhaoge pondered. Hearing his words, Long Hanhua raised his brows. Why is that? Chapter 1106. The world beyond worlds was currently on bad terms with the roving jade heavens. The earthly sovereign had long since set down a rule that descendants of the prime clear lineage were strictly forbidden from entering the world beyond worlds. Those who disobeyed would be slain. This rule was more or less supported, or even tacitly agreed to by most of the 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors and exalts of 10 territories. It was not really so strict that the offender would be slain. Still, the decree of the earthly sovereign would naturally not be empty words. If descendants of the prime clear lineage were to move about in the world beyond worlds, their fates would not be too good after their identities were exposed. Being able to leave the world beyond worlds alive would already be the best outcome for them. Against this background, there were only Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di who possessed supreme martial arts of the prime clear direct lineage and could still walk about in the world beyond worlds as they pleased. Their situation was very unique. Yin Zhaoge's grandmother Di Qinglian had been a peak expert of the prime clear direct lineage in the past, a peerless figure whose talent in the Tao of the sword was comparable to her husband Yin Xintong's. Yet, Yin Zhaoge's grandfather Yin Xintong had been one of the new Kunlun 9 luminaries, who had established the world beyond worlds back then, the exalted gold luminary. Yin Xintong's disciple Yu Jinbei was even one of the world beyond worlds 3 sovereigns, the sword sovereign alongside the earthly sovereign and the concealed sovereign. At the end of the day, Yin Zhaoge and his father were still people of the world beyond worlds. Still, if they possessed supreme martial arts of the prime clear lineage, it would not be so inconceivable. Therefore, unless Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di were clearly inclined towards the roving jade heavens, the world beyond worlds would naturally not take the initiative to force away this father and son pair, who possessed shocking strength and potential. Even if the earthly sovereign had yet to return to the world beyond worlds from extra-dimensional space, even the Heaven Emperor and the others would not make a fuss over the matter of the prime clear lineage. Everyone else, even Long Xueji and Long Hanhua, would have to conceal their identities. While the Dragon Spring Emperor was of the Jade Clear direct lineage, after so many years, most people of the world beyond worlds viewed him as a bigwig of the roving Jade Heavens. Therefore, if his descendants were exposed as descendants of the prime clear lineage, while they would not be in danger, they would not be able to remain in the world beyond worlds. Now, hearing that the upper exalt Qin Qianhua possessed the bright red tribulation scripture, and could also move about openly in the world beyond worlds, Long Hanhua was naturally taken aback. Even so, however, there were many things that were virtually prophetic. If one looked into the past, there would be no secrets to speak of other than matters that were related to an extremely small number of people. Of course, this was also closely related to the cultivation base of the cultivator. The higher one's cultivation base, and the deeper one's attainments in the origin heavenly scripture, the more and more accurate one would be able to see. In combat, the power of the origin heavenly scripture was not manifested in direct attacks and defenses. Therefore, in terms of direct combat power, it was inferior to the heaven-opening scripture of the earlier Heaven 3 scriptures. Still, it still possessed some profundities of its own. Outside of combat, the origin heavenly scripture had many wondrous uses. While he refined a Buddhist clone, Qin Qianhua's original body is definitely of our 3 clear lineages. Yin Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. Therefore, if I am not wrong, it should be the origin heavenly scripture without a doubt. As Yin Zhaoge mentioned it briefly, Gao Xuebua and Long Xueji exchanged glances, both seeing the surprise in each other's eyes. This world beyond worlds has really been troubled recently. While they were paying attention to it, the roving jade heavens clearly had no intention of interfering in the affairs of the world beyond worlds. On the contrary, Gao Xuebua and the others were more interested in the matters of the 9 underworlds. The 9 underworlds was a great enemy of the human world, no matter where it was. As for the immortal court heretics, they were despised by the roving jade heavens. However, Gao Xuebua and Long Xueji both used sound transmissions to avoid Long Hanhua as they discussed these things. Zhaoge, you have yet to reach the human exalt stage, and do not have the grand simplicity splendor cloud to protect you. Yet, you have heard of the name of the immeasurable heavenly Lord. I'm afraid. Gao Xuebua knit his white brows tightly. Up till now, neither the world beyond worlds nor our roving jade heavens have found a suitable way to resolve this. Thank you for your concern, Senior Apprentice Uncle Gao, Yin Zhaoge answered. Unlike Miss Fu Ting, I don't feel anything special. Gao Xuebua and Long Xueji both raised their brows lightly. Oh, Yin Zhaoge said. I am not clear on the specific reason. Still, the last of the dim radiant 12 arts that I cultivate involves the secrets of peerless infinity. It should have something to do with it. The dim radiant emperor's dim radiant 12 arts indeed involves the secrets of peerless infinity. Still, just this alone is still insufficient. Long Xueji said. With the influence of the immeasurable heavenly Lord on our descendants of Taoism, even the grand clear lineage's Tai fist would probably be hard-pressed to ensure its safety. Yin Zhaoge's expression did not change. While the dim radiant will has yet to be truly completed, I have always been nourishing it with the help of cultivating in the dim radiant 12 arts. Combining with it, it might be able to display an unusual effect. That is indeed hard to say. Long Xueji nodded slightly, his expression relaxing greatly. Gao Shueb's expression was the same. Sadly, even if this method is feasible, it would still be hard to apply to most people. Immortal artifacts were hard to come by. How many embryonic immortal artifacts, like the dim radiant wheel, that contain the profundities of peerless infinity, could there be in this world? They conversed for a while longer before Gao Shueb said, "Right, since you rarely come here, there is a place that you should remember to take a look at. Is it the old residence of my maternal grandmother?" Yin Zhaoge immediately understood his intentions. "Thank you for your concern, Senior Apprentice Uncle Gao. I was just thinking about it. It is just that I am afraid that it would be rather presumptuous of me to bring it up." The Purple Zoisha Emperor Di Qinglian had been one of the peak experts of the roving Jade Heavens in the past. While Yin Zhaoge was her descendant, he was not of the direct lineage of the prime clear lineage at the end of the day, as he would still have to be wary of some taboos in entering Di Qinglian's old residence. "There is no need to be wary, Zhaoge. You will naturally be able to go to little apprentice aunt's old residence," Long Xueji said. "Follow me." Yin Zhaoge did not feel flattered by Long Xueji personally leading the way, as he instead inwardly scratched his head. From the looks of it, it was actually still rather taboo. Therefore, even Long Hanhua leading the way might not be able to keep things under control. Thus Long Xueji had personally come. The profound sovereign was not the only peak expert of the roving Jade Heavens. While the profound sovereign possessed a lofty position in the roving Jade Heavens, this was not the world of her family. Back in the world beyond worlds, through Wang Pu, Nie Jingshan, Chao Jie and the others, Yin Zhaoge had already learnt that as opposed to the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of the world beyond worlds, the roving Jade Heavens had 2 sovereigns and 4 emperors, including the Dragon Spring Emperor. The other sovereign was the master of the profound sovereign Gao Qingxian, his grandmother Di Qinglian, and the others, the legendary old ancestor of the roving Jade Heaven. It was said that she was injured and had been in seclusion for many years. Hence, the profound sovereign was the one in charge of the roving Jade Heavens. However, the profound sovereign couldn't decide everything in the roving Jade Heavens. Of course, with the old ancestor in seclusion, the profound sovereign, as the #1 expert in the roving Jade Heavens, undoubtedly had the most weight. Moreover, Long Xueji had ascended to the immortal realm, and the roving Jade Heavens now had 2 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Little Sword God had become an immortal, but he was different from the others. Although he had just arrived in the celestial realm, with his outstanding talent and strength, most great emperors wouldn't have the confidence to fight against him. On the way, Yin Zhaoge could even feel a few gazes spying on him. Long Xueji was expressionless as he purposely stopped in midair. Those gazes quickly retracted as everything regained its tranquility. Not saying anything, Long Xueji resumed striding forward. Yin Zhaoge said nothing as he smiled and followed behind him. The vastness of the roving Jade Heavens was naturally unimaginable to ordinary people. There were innumerable martial practitioners, and even commoners living here. Still, Di Qinglian's former residence was definitely at Green Duckweed Mountain. This divine mountain was similar to Kunlun Mountain in the world beyond worlds, as it was the core of the roving Jade Heavens. Chapter 1108. Di Qinglian had died many years ago, but in the lotus pond on the mountainside of her former residence, Danxia Peak, there were many white lotuses that bloomed. Everything here didn't give off the feeling of dilapidation. There were few people here, and the scenery was even more pure. However, standing by the edge of that lotus pond, Yin Zhaoge was actually able to feel the numerous layers of sword qi at the bottom of the water, condensed yet not unleashed as they emanated an awe-inspiring might. Looking carefully, he did not see any weapons at the bottom of the lotus pond. As Yan Zhaoge was feeling doubtful, he saw Long Xueji suddenly unsheath his sword. When Yan Zhaoge had witnessed Long Xueji clashing with someone in the immortal court back then, he had used a very casual, ordinary green steel sword. It wasn't a holy weapon, not even a spirit weapon or a precious weapon. It was just an ordinary sword that could be found in the mortal world. Normally, when Long Xueji exchanged blows with others, he would casually take out an ordinary cyan steel sword. In the eyes of his enemies, his attitude was perfunctory and arrogant to the extreme. Yan Zhaoge, however, knew that this was Long Xueji's method of tempering the extraordinary through the ordinary, a method of cultivating in the sword. Long Xueji naturally had a sacred weapon. It was just that there were very few opponents who could force him to use it. Yan Zhaoge suspected that the leakless immortal artifact that Long Xueji's mother, the profound sovereign Gao Qingxian, had used when she had been a true immortal in the past, might have been passed down to Long Xueji. Of course, it could also be Gao Xuebua. Looking over at Long Xueji, Yan Zhaoge saw that the sword that Long Xueji was currently unsheathing was no ordinary green steel sword. Instead, it was shockingly a high-grade sacred artifact with a domineering sharpness that caused one's heart to palpitate. Its quality surpassed that of the Cloud Revolution Heavenly Light Sword, the Purple Sea Sword, and the Truth Striking Sword, which were also high-grade sacred artifacts. At the very least, it was no weaker than the evil sword Taotai. It wasn't as evil and strange as the evil sword Taotai, but its sharpness surpassed it. Pilglow Peak's sword comprehension pool was something that happened when little apprentice uncle was still alive. Still, it has continued even after his death, Long Xueji said to Yan Zhaoge. Looking at the lotus pond in full bloom before him, Yan Zhaoge muttered, "Sword comprehension pond." On the day that little apprentice uncle succeeds in his sword Dao, all direct lineage sword cultivators in the roving jade heavens, regardless of whether they are of the prime clear lineage or not, have all comprehended their swords in celebration. The usually cold and stern Long Xueji revealed a rare look of fascination. At that time, the swords flew over and landed in the lotus pond below Danxia Peak, bowing their heads in unison. From now on, anyone who goes to Danxia Mount must take off his sword and throw it into the pond before going up the mountain. Hearing this, Yan Zhaoge immediately understood why sword qi abounded at the bottom of this ordinary-looking lotus pond. They were all formed by the sword qi of the various treasured swords sinking together in the past. Although it had been thousands of years, because the spiritual energy in Danxia Peak was sealed, there was little wear and tear, so it had remained until today. Long Xueji tossed his sacred artifact long sword into the lotus pond. Other than that, if the original owner wishes to retrieve the swords that landed in the pond earlier, he will have to undergo little senior apprentice uncle's examination before he can do so. After that, all sword cultivators of the prime clear direct lineage of Green Duckweed Mountain will have to make a trip to Danxia Peak before venturing out. Only with little senior apprentice uncle's approval will they be able to retrieve their swords from the pond and officially leave. If they cannot pass little senior apprentice uncle's examination, their swords will have to remain in the sword comprehension pond while they obediently return to continue tempering themselves, no longer mentioning the matter of leaving the mountain. Long Xueji said mildly. Therefore, at that time, little senior apprentice uncle also had the nickname Sword Ruler, or Sword Hung, meaning to measure the sword cultivators of the world. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. The sword cultivators of the prime clear direct lineage of that era must have been numerous geniuses, all diligently cultivating to improve themselves. Otherwise, if they came to Danxia Peak only to have their swords left behind, they would have lost all face to the entire Green Duckweed Mountain. It was only after the exalted gold luminary came to the roving jade heavens that this rule was waived. Long Xueji said, when the exalted gold luminary and little senior apprentice uncle both passed away, some people persuaded mother to redo it. Still, in remembrance of little senior apprentice uncle, mother did not agree. Therefore, the sword hung ritual began with little senior apprentice uncle and ended with her. The only remaining rule was that those who ascended Danxia Peak would still have to remove their swords and toss them into the pond, being able to retrieve them when leaving the mountain. Yen Zhaoge nodded, retrieving the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring sword box within which was sealed the evil sword Taotai. Yen Zhaoge did not retrieve the sword as he tossed it into the lotus pond along with the sword box. After thinking for a moment, he retrieved the cloud-circulating heavenly light sword and the light-yin sword seal, tossing them into the lotus pond along with the green abyss sword that he had used as a martial grandmaster that year. Truly befitting of the name of plentiful treasures. Seeing this, Long Xueji could not help but smile. I've let senior apprentice Uncle Long down. Looking at the lotus pond before him, which only had 4 swords, Yen Zhaoge could not help but sigh as he thought about how the sword cultivators of the prime clear lineage had all removed their swords and sunk to the bottom of the pond that year. His grandmother had been a master beneath the heavens. Even though his ancestor had passed away, her voice still lingered. As a descendant, he too felt this. The two passed the sword-dissecting pond, ascending to the peak of Pilglow Peak together. There was a simple courtyard at the peak. You can enter alone. Long Xueji nodded towards Yen Zhaoge. Yen Zhaoge understood that the roving Jade Heavens was giving him a chance to analyze the immortal exterminating sword manual. His grandmother, Di Qinglian, had successfully cultivated in all of the numinous treasure 4 swords that year. However, the one she was most proficient in, and had long since reached the highest level, was still the immortal exterminating sword manual. Of the numinous treasure 4 swords, the immortal ending sword destroyed all things. The immortal slaughtering sword extinguished all life forms. The immortal ending sword hacked through space and time. And the immortal exterminating sword broke through all arts. While they were referred to together, the most acclaimed and mightiest sword art was the immortal exterminating sword. Therefore, the numinous treasure 4 swords were also known as the immortal exterminating 4 swords. This was his grandmother's old residence. Even if not a single word had been left behind, the sword intent had existed for a long time. Comprehending the Tao here, one would be able to analyze and comprehend some of the profundities of the immortal exterminating sword manual. Having been bestowed the immortal trapping sword manual before, and the immortal exterminating sword manual now, Yen Zhaoge felt rather grateful as he cupped his hands towards Long Xueji. Thank you, senior apprentice Uncle Long, and the various seniors. The martial true intent of his father Yen Di had combined the immortal exterminating sword and the heaven-opening scripture to form was a completely new martial art. Yen Di himself had later named it the creation saber. The sword intents of the immortal exterminating sword and the jade illusory heaven-opening sword had all merged within, no longer existing, as only the saber intent of the creation saber remained. While Yen Zhaoge simultaneously cultivated in the 3 purities, reverse deriving and separating them was not something that he could do with his current cultivation base. Chapter 1109. Yen Zhaoge closed his eyes, a silhouette lighting up within his dark sea of consciousness. A white-clothed woman carried a small wine flask. As she drank, she substituted a sword with her finger as she brandished it in midair. While her movements appeared leisurely and leisurely, as she brandished her sword, the sword intent within was brutal to the extreme. Yen Zhaoge was proficient in the immortal ending, immortal trapping and immortal slaughtering sword arts, all of which were extremely ferocious beneath the heavens. Still, as he watched that white-clothed woman brandishing her sword now, he still felt shocked to the core. It was as though the great Tao had collapsed, the heavens and the earth no longer existing. Everything that made up the world, time, space, matter, spirit, and so on, was being assembled and fused into a single entity, the foundation, and all sorts of principles were being destroyed. Exterminating immortal sharp, slaughtering immortal dead, trapping immortal red, ending immortal transformations boundlessly marvelous, the blood of divinities drenched in blood. These 4 lines very vividly exposed the respective miraculous aspects of the numinous treasure 4 swords. The sharpness of exterminating immortal was all-conquering, breaking all arts with a single sword. There were countless powerful martial arts in this world that expounded on various principles. Amongst them, there was no lack of powerful defensive techniques. Its defensive power was such that even the other 3 swords of the numinous treasure 4 swords would sometimes be helpless against it. Yet these techniques were like mere paper before the immortal exterminating sword. Against the immortal trapping, immortal ending and immortal slaughtering swords, the immortal exterminating sword could even suppress them. The head of the numinous treasure four swords. An existence only inferior to the chaos-extinguishing sword amongst the prime clear supreme martial arts. In terms of offensive power, it was also one of the peak martial arts beneath the heavens. In the hands of that white-clothed woman, such a ferocious supreme martial art possessed peerless power. Yet she always appeared carefree and casual. While the two formed an intense contrast, they seemed to be in harmony, as it was hard for others to feel that there was a difference between them. He really has grasped the essence of the sword art. No wonder he is able to use the Sword Emperor as his nickname. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge nodded his head repeatedly. While he was not a pure sword cultivator, he too used the sword and cultivated in the supreme arts of the prime clear lineage, even having once created the slaying azure dragon sword. Still, seeing that white-clothed woman brandishing her sword now, Yin Zhaoge felt that this trip had not been in vain, as he felt greatly inspired. Needless to say, this white-clothed woman was naturally the roving jade heaven's purple Wuxia emperor, Yin Di's mother and Yin Zhaoge's grandmother, the sword emperor Di Qinglian. The owner of Danxia Mount here was the mighty powerhouse who made all the sword practitioners of roving jade heaven bow their heads and willingly unsheath their swords. After the great calamity, he was one of Taoism's most outstanding geniuses in the Tao of the sword. Only when Yin Zhaoge's grandfather, the sword god Yin Xintong, had suppressed the roving jade heavens with his sword had Di Qinglian finally met her match in the Tao of the sword. While she admitted that she had lost by half a move, in Yin Xintong's opinion, she was the only person in this world who could compare to him in the Tao of the sword. Yin Shiyang, who hailed from the immortal court, possessed shocking talent as well. However, his foundations were still a little weak at the end of the day. Yin Xintong felt that it was a great pity that he had been delayed and neglected. If not for the fact that such a person had died at a young age, he would have been like Yin Xintong, having the chance to become yet another legendary heavyweight of the Tao of the Sword of Taoism, standing shoulder to shoulder with the Lord of Plentiful Treasure, the Jade Cauldron cultivated deity, the Purple Tenuity Emperor, and other bigwigs of the Tao of the Sword of Taoism, perhaps even surpassing the master? Thinking of this, Yin Zhaoge sighed inwardly. Of course, it was not that they had deep feelings for each other. After all, they had never met before. It was just that Yin Zhaoge, as a martial practitioner of Taoism, could only sigh endlessly at the premature deaths of these two shocking figures. He spent the following days in Di Qinglian's old residence on Danxia Peak, quietly observing and comprehending the remnant sword intent that had been left behind when Di Qinglian had been cultivating in the sword here when she had still been alive. Such a chance was extremely hard to come by. It had not been like the situation at the Taoist temple, where everyone had been caught off guard by the great calamity and unexpectedly collapsed. Therefore, many clues had been left behind. Di Qinglian's sword intent had likely been left behind at Danxia Peak by the profound sovereign and the Dragon Spring Emperor. They had been waiting for Yin Xintong and Di Qinglian's descendants to come here as a gift. Yin Zhaoge naturally cherished this chance as he calmed down and cultivated, earnestly analyzing it. Long Xueji, Gao Xuebua, and the others did not come to disturb him. Seeing Yin Zhaoge's actions, they all nodded to themselves. While this junior apprentice nephew of ours is flamboyant in his actions, he is still able to calm down when he needs to do so, Gao Xuebua told Long Xueji in private. Long Xueji agreed with his elder brother's view. Chapter 1110. Di Qinglian's remnant sword intent on Pilglow Peak had been there for many years at the end of the day. Although it had been preserved by some people, it was still a difficult thing to figure out the truth from it. And how much truth could one figure out from it? Not only did one have to possess supreme talent in the martial Tao, one also had to possess sufficient comprehension ability and spirituality in the Tao of the sword. Yin Zhaoge had clearly spent much less time comprehending the Tao than Gao Xuebua, Long Xueji, and the others had expected. How could these two peak sword cultivators not sigh in admiration at this? Gao Xuebua and Long Xueji were incomparably shocked upon receiving the news. Instead of mentioning it, Yen Zhaoge had been pondering over his gains from earlier as he walked down Pilglow Peak. Grandmother's comprehension of the immortal exterminating sword is indeed outstanding. There are many details that are worth pondering over and over again. Yen Zhaoge clicked his tongue in praise. The truth is revealed in the mundane, the details changing again and again. It is indeed extraordinary. Passing by the sword unsheathing pool halfway up the mountain, Yen Zhaoge retrieved the sword he had left there earlier. After pondering for a moment, Yen Zhaoge finally left the Green Abyss sword behind. Ever since Yen Zhaoge had roamed the martial world, his first sword had been the Jade Dragon Sword, which he had then gifted to his junior apprentice brother Inglongtu, Hanlong. Now that Hanlong had become a martial saint, the Jade Dragon Sword, that was merely a low-grade spirit artifact, was no longer suitable for him. Still, he had always loved it as much as his life, always carrying it with him. Even now that he had other weapons to use, the Jade Dragon Sword that Yen Zhaoge had gifted him still never left his side for a moment. After the Jade Dragon Sword, the sword that Yen Zhaoge used the most was the high-grade spirit artifact, the Green Abyss Sword. This sword had been personally forged by Yen Zhaoge's Grand Master, Yuan Zhengfeng. It had followed Yen Zhaoge all the way until he had stepped into the martial saint realm and switched to using sacred artifacts. Still, this sword was always by Yen Zhaoge's side. In order to forge his dark green bamboo staff, he had burned countless divine weapons. At that time, almost all of the high-grade spirit weapons in his possession had been used as firewood. Later on, he had even burned many of the sacred weapons. However, he had kept this Green Abyss Sword. In the future, if the need arose, he would not feel the pinch even if he burned the Light Yin Sword Seal, the Origin Circulating Heavenly Light Sword, or even the Evil Sword Taotai. However, this Cyan Abyss Sword was different from the Jade Dragon Sword. Looking at the numerous white lotuses blooming before him, Yen Zhaoge finally left the Green Abyss Sword at the bottom of the pond. Back then, you had the title of Sword Hung. It's a pity that I couldn't personally experience your guidance and test, so I don't know if I could pass. Yen Zhaoge sighed, bowing towards the lotus pond. I will most likely not be staying here for long in the roving Jade Heavens. This Green Abyss Sword will remain here then. When he left the mountain, Gao Shuebua's disciples were waiting for him. Seeing Yen Zhaoge, the minor White Peak disciples were all greatly shocked, as they were even somewhat unable to recover their wits. They had been specifically instructed to stand guard here. His seniors had once vaguely mentioned that Yen Zhaoge was comprehending the Tao on the mountain, and that they should not disturb him. While Pilglow Peak had been empty for a long time, martial practitioners of the Prime Clear Direct lineage naturally knew what this place was. In their opinion, comprehending the Tao in the Sword Emperor's former residence for many years was a very normal thing. Who could have known that Yen Zhaoge would descend the mountain after just a few days? If it were anyone else, those minor White Peak disciples would probably suspect Yen Zhaoge of being unable to accomplish anything in the end, having no choice but to retreat in the face of difficulties. That was why he had ended things so hastily, descending the mountain so early. Still, as disciples of Green Duckweed Mountain's minor White Peak, who had been specifically instructed to stand guard here, they had a general understanding of Yen Zhaoge. Yen Zhaoge's illustrious fame in the world beyond worlds had already gradually spread amongst the core circles of the roving Jade Heavens. How could someone who could battle human exalts head-on, after just attaining the immortal bridge, be a fool? It's just that this is too fast. The minor White Peak disciples all wondered inwardly. Perhaps he is not proficient in the Tao of the sword? Still, since the seniors permitted him to ascend Pilglow Peak, he should at least know how to use the sword. While they were greatly surprised, the minor White Peak martial practitioners did not forget their etiquette as they went forward to greet Yen Zhaoge before leading the way back to minor White Peak. Yen Zhaoge's gaze flickered slightly as he sensed that there seemed to be someone spying on him and Pilglow Peak in the distance. Seeing him descend the mountain, the other party had immediately fled as if they were on the lookout. The corners of Yen Zhaoge's mouth arched slightly, but he said nothing more. The conflict between the world beyond worlds and the roving Jade Heavens was very deep. It was like how Gao Qing's fellow disciples and the disciples of the Brocade Emperor's lineage of the world beyond worlds Kunlun Mountain's ingenious flying peak, had been bickering over the profound sky purple gold furnace that year. While the world beyond worlds did not allow martial practitioners of the prime clear direct lineage to roam freely, the roving Jade Heavens similarly prohibited descendants of the Jade Clear and Grand Clear lineage from appearing. If one's identity was exposed and caught, it would not be as simple as just being expelled most of the time. Instead, blood would have to be shed. Due to his grandmother, he had been able to enter the roving Jade Heavens without much difficulty. Still, he was not of the prime clear direct lineage at the end of the day. In the world of martial practitioners, there were many other factors besides bloodline that determined one's identity. The most important of these was one's lineage. In some situations, one's lineage was even more representative than bloodline. Led by those minor White Peak martial practitioners, Yin Zhaoge left Pilglow Peak and returned to Minor White Peak. Along the way, there were naturally Minor White Peak disciples who tried to inform Gao Shuebua and his brother. Yin Zhaoge's attitude was mild as he conversed with those Minor White Peak disciples, gaining a better understanding of the local customs and practices of the roving Jade Heavens, as he also told them about some of his experiences in the world beyond worlds and extra-dimensional space, broadening their horizons. As they walked, a sword light suddenly lit up before them. That sword light stopped before them, the figure of a youth appearing within. The other party had an ordinary appearance and a square expression. Still, sword chi emanated from his entire body. He first bowed before the world beyond worlds fallen deity. I, when Daihong of the lineage of the roving Jade Heavens Green Duckweed Mountains ingenious Tang Peak's Purple Light Cave greet you. Yin Zhaoge cupped his hands calmly. I wonder what you have for me? When Daihong's expression was solemn, I have long heard of the abilities of the fallen deity that are rarely seen in this world. You are one of the few outstanding talents of Taoism of post-Great Calamity times, and this one is filled with admiration. It is just that the matter of your ancestor, that year is like a fishbone stuck in my throat. This one sincerely hopes to seek some guidance from you. The matter of that year? What matter of that year? It was naturally Yin Zhaoge's grandfather Yin Xintong. Born of the Jade Clear lineage, he had suppressed the roving Jade Heavens with his sword, beating the sword cultivators of the prime clear lineage into submission. Following the Great Calamity, that had been the most humiliating moment for the prime clear direct lineage. It was not that the roving Jade Heavens had never experienced more setbacks, losses and crises of death. Still, having been beaten to the point of being unable to do anything in the domain that they were renowned for, the prime clear direct lineage truly made them feel very vexed. Chapter 11:11. While he knew that he was rather conspicuous in the roving Jade Heavens, Yin Zhaoge still felt rather surprised at being challenged just like that. After all, he was a guest of the profound sovereign and the Dragon Spring Emperor. A few days ago, he had even been personally brought up by the newly ascended true immortal Long Xueji. Before Yin Zhaoge could answer, a minor White Peak disciple sent him an awkward sound transmission. Forgive me, Senior Apprentice Uncle Yin. This senior one is devoted to the sword Dao, and is rather straightforward. At the same time, other minor White Peak disciples seemed to be conversing with Wen Daihong via sound transmission. Facing Wen Daihong's challenge, the minor White Peak martial practitioners felt more awkward than enraged. Exquisite Tang Peak's Purple Light Cave. Yin Zhaoge gazed upwards, recalling some things. During his trip to Kunlun Mountain in the world beyond worlds, he had interacted with Wang Pu and the others of Northern High Peak's Jade Capital Crag's Sword Sovereign's lineage. This included matters regarding the roving Jade Heavens. The world beyond worlds was not on good terms with the roving Jade Heavens. While the middle and lower level martial practitioners did not interact with each other, the higher level experts had sent spies to grasp the situation of the other side. While they were unable to grasp the details, they were still aware of the general situation of the roving Jade Heavens. Therefore, the Dragon Spring Emperor and the others of the roving Jade Heavens were all aware of Yin Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain's unceasing disturbances in the world beyond worlds. Thus, the world beyond worlds was also aware of the general situation of the roving Jade Heavens. Wang Pu and the others were naturally aware of Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di's relationship with the roving Jade Heavens. Therefore, they did not hide anything from Yin Zhaoge. From what Wang Pu and the others had said, they knew that the roving Jade Heavens were not united. The profound sovereign Gao Qingshuan's authority in the roving Jade Heavens was even greater than that of the earthly sovereign in the world beyond worlds. Still, the roving Jade Heavens did not belong to the profound sovereign at the end of the day. This probably had something to do with Yin Zhaoge's family. While Wang Pu's words were vague, Yin Zhaoge still understood them. The roving Jade Heavens' old master Gao Qingshuan's and Di Qinglian's master had been greatly dissatisfied with the matter of Yin Xingtang's abduction. Di Qinglian's untimely death was regarded as the greatest regret of her life by the roving Jade Heavens' old ancestor. After the rupture of their relationship with the world beyond worlds, while the roving Jade Heavens viewed the world beyond worlds as a whole, there were still moderate and radical differences in their attitudes towards it. As for the other apex powerhouses of the roving Jade Heavens, most of them were very radical, and this was directly related to the old patriarch's attitude. The profound sovereign, on the other hand, was relatively gentle. It was not just because of her relationship with the Dragon Spring Emperor. While the profound sovereign had been incomparably sad over the matter of Di Qinglian that year, she did not bear much ill will towards Yin Xintang of the world beyond worlds, even if she had once lost to him. However, the ancestral master of the roving Jade Heavens and the other almighty experts of the roving Jade Heavens clearly had a different view. Of course, apart from this, there were many other grievances. After so many years, the roving Jade Heavens had divergent views on the people of the world beyond worlds now. Meanwhile, on the issue of Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di, this divergence was even more evident. However, the master of the Violet Radiance Cave of the roving Jade Heavens' Green Duckweed Mountains Violet Radiance Peak was the abode of the true immortal emperor, the Trueness Emperor. It was rumored that the Trueness Emperor did not view the world beyond worlds as intensely as the other emperors of the roving Jade Heavens. After seeing the reactions of the descendants of Minor White Peak now, Yin Zhaoge felt that the rumors were indeed true. The Trueness Emperor's relationship with the profound sovereign and the Dragon Spring Emperor was probably pretty good, as their lineages were extremely familiar with one another. Therefore, when the matter of Wen Daihong obstructing their path and challenging them had arisen, the descendants of Minor White Peak had felt more awkward than enraged. From the looks of it, they were clearly trying to smooth things over, placating him whilst trying to persuade Wen Daihong. Yin Zhaoge watched on coldly from the side, finding this very interesting. Since the Trueness Emperor was more gentle in his view of the world beyond worlds, being on the same side as the profound sovereign and the Dragon Spring Emperor, why had someone of his lineage come over to challenge him? This would undoubtedly put the descendants of the profound sovereign's lineage in a difficult position, as it might also affect the relationship between the Trueness Emperor and the profound sovereign. The problem was that the Wen Daihong before him really did not seem to realize this. It was not that he had other thoughts and wanted to go against the will of the Trueness Emperor. Instead, it was just like what the Minor White Peak disciple had said. He was devoted to martial arts and was an upright person. Perhaps he did not feel much animosity towards descendants of the Jade Clear and Grand Clear lineages, or Yin Zhaoge as a person. Still, he was rather mindful of Yin Xintang's sword suppression of the roving Jade Heavens that year. Now that he had learnt that Yin Zhaoge had come to the roving Jade Heavens, he had immediately come looking for him. To a certain extent, this was a hot-headed young man. Even though he was a lofty 8th-level martial saint, and was extremely young in terms of his cultivation base, his potential could be said to be limitless. Still, in terms of the ways of the world, this person might not necessarily be much better than Han Long-er and Xia Guang. How do you know that I am in Danxia Mount? And also know when I will leave Pilglow Peak? Yin Zhaoge suddenly laughed. From the looks of it, it doesn't seem like you have been waiting for me outside the mountain. Wen Daihong was slightly taken aback and hesitated, not answering immediately. It was not just Yin Zhaoge. Seeing this, even the other Minor White Peak disciples knew that Wen Daihong had probably been instigated by someone, as he had come here to challenge him, without understanding much of the situation. Senior apprentice Uncle Yen. It looks like this is a misunderstanding. A minor White Peak disciple hurriedly tried to smooth things over. It is fine. Yen Zhaoge smiled. Fellow Taoist, when is it? Let us spar then. We are all friends through martial arts after all. The minor White Peak disciples all felt rather anxious. In this exchange, no matter who won or lost, there would be people who would lose face. The liberal emperor of exquisite Tang Peak's Purple Light Cave had always been neutral, leaning slightly towards the profound sovereign. It would be hard to say if there would be any changes in this. Please guide me. When Daihong did not continue thinking about this as he solemnly cupped his fists towards Yen Zhaoge. He was about to take on a stance when Yen Zhaoge waved his hands. We are sparring and not engaging in a life and death battle. According to the rules, you set the time and chose this day. Shouldn't I decide the location then? When Daihong retracted his stance, nodding. That's right. That should be the case. Follow me then, Yen Zhaoge said as he strode forward, moving so fast that they were virtually unable to see him clearly. Only when Daihong could barely see that Yen Zhaoge was clearly heading in the direction that he had come from. They hurriedly followed, rushing far into the distance. Yen Zhaoge was currently smiling as he blocked the path of a group of prime clear sword cultivators. They were also a group of prime clear sword cultivators. With their path blocked by Yen Zhaoge, their expressions turned ugly. What are you trying to do? This Yen is sparring with fellow Taoist when of exquisite Tang Peak's Purple Light Cave. Spectators are not prohibited, Yen Zhaoge said casually. You can openly watch. Why wait here for the results? Isn't this what you want? Chapter 11-12. The group of over 10 people had their path blocked by Yen Zhaoge. Seeing this, when Daihong felt a little ashamed. This guilt was directed towards those who had been stopped by Yen Zhaoge, while it was indeed them who had informed him of Yen Zhaoge's departure from Pilglow Peak. When Daihong himself had indeed wanted to challenge Yen Xintong's descendants. Seeing Yen Zhaoge following the path he had come from, finding his way here, when Daihong inevitably felt a little embarrassed. The dozen or so people were also a little embarrassed, but they were still calm. The leader knew that when Daihong wouldn't sell them out, so he pretended to be confused. He cupped his hands. This, fellow Taoist Yen, if there's a sword duel, we'd naturally be happy to bear witness. However, we don't understand what you're saying about being open and aboveboard. Haha. Yen Zhaoge sized him up for a while before smiling. When I left Pilglow Peak earlier, you were one of the people watching me, right? The other party's expression didn't change. To criticize and speculate like this, fellow Taoist Yen is thinking too much. His hands behind his back, this middle-aged man said mildly, while we of the prime clear lineage indeed do not welcome a descendant of the jade clear lineage like you, since you are a guest of the profound sovereign and the spring emperor, we still have to treat our guests with respect at the very least. Otherwise, wouldn't we be a joke of the world beyond worlds for nothing? How should I address you? Yen Zhaoge asked indifferently. I'm Wang Shun from Green Duckweed Mountains, Ashen Spirit Valley. Ashen Spirit Valley. Yen Zhaoge raised his head slightly, and a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The lineage of the Cloud Conquest Emperor? Back when the roving Jade Heavens was established, there were a total of 7 almighty powerhouses who had first established the roving Jade Heavens. They were collectively known as the roving Jade Seven. The profound sovereign Gao Qingxian was one of the 7 princes in the past. Di Qinglian rose to fame rather late. By the time she rose to fame, the roving Jade Heavens had already been established. She wasn't one of the 7 princes. The 7 sons each had their own lineage. While not all of them were of the old Grand Master's lineage, they were all of the orthodox prime clear direct lineage. Time flew by, and the roving Jade Seven of the past had already become history. They'd scattered and withered away, and there was no lack of them that had fallen. Of the 7 sons of the past, only 2 remained in the roving Jade Heavens. Other than the profound sovereign, there was also the Cloud Conquest Emperor, also known as the Cloud Emperor. This old man was a figure of the same generation as the profound sovereign and the Dragon Spring Emperor. In terms of seniority, he was even a generation higher than the profound sovereign, and he was on the same level as the old ancestor. He similarly wielded great influence in the roving Jade Heavens. Also, he was like the profound sovereign's master when it came to the world beyond worlds, as they were both intensely hostile towards each other. In the world beyond worlds, Wang Pu, Bai Tao and the others had specifically mentioned this old man to Yin Zhaoge. If there was someone in the roving Jade Heavens who might not give the profound sovereign face and make things difficult for Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di, besides that old Grand Master, the most likely person would be this old antique. Wang Shun and the others had completely calmed down. Does fellow Taoist Yin wish to emulate what your ancestor did all those years ago? Wang Shun asked slowly. Yin Zhaoge was surprised. If not for someone being meddlesome, why would fellow Taoist Wen be blocking my path? He shrugged. But it doesn't matter. Let's get to know each other through martial arts. Fellow Taoist Wen, I have decided on the location. The location is here. Do you have any objections? Saying thus, Yin Zhaoge looked at Wen Daihong. Wen Daihong shook his head. Of course not. While he was straightforward and did not understand the ways of the world, he was not a fool, as he could already vaguely sense that something was wrong now. Still, with Yen Xintong's descendant having come to the roving Jade Heavens, Wen Daihong had truly been unable to hold himself back as he had sought out a battle. The minor White Peak disciples were helpless, as they could only watch from the sidelines. Still, their gazes towards Wang Shun and the others were all rather unfriendly. Wang Shun sighed inwardly, but his expression did not change. While they had been exposed somewhat imperfectly, things had already come to this. The result was still good at the end of the day. Everyone looked towards Yin Zhaoge and Wen Daihong. Yin Zhaoge's martial fame spread far and wide, as there were many legends about him even in the roving Jade Heavens. While Wen Daihong was a brilliant disciple of the liberal emperor's lineage, and an elite of his generation in the roving Jade Heavens, as an 8th-level martial saint, there were probably not many who thought that he would be able to defeat Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge, having battled human exalts just after attaining the Immortal Bridge stage, no one had any confidence in Wen Daihong at all. Still, this battle would only be a contest in the Tao of the Sword. It was just like how the Dragon Spring Emperor had come to the roving Jade Heavens before having attained the Immortal Realm that year to challenge the various heroes of the roving Jade Heavens. That way, Wen Daihong of the Prime Clear Direct lineage might still stand a chance. While Yin Zhaoge was not a pure sword cultivator, he had always used the sword as his weapon, as well as being a descendant of the late sword god Yin Xintong. Being challenged in the Tao of the Sword, he could only accept the challenge. Since it is just a spar, let's not use the sword. Yin Zhaoge did not draw his sword as he said leisurely, Please, fellow Taoist One. Wen Daihong similarly did not draw his sword as he said solemnly, Pardon me. Then, a black sword light streaked past before Yin Zhaoge's eyes. It was shockingly the immortal slaughtering sword of the numinous treasure Four Swords. The immortal slaughtering sword extinguished all life forms, transforming life into death. It was just that as the black sword light lit up, before it had even arrived, Yin Zhaoge already felt a latent threat, as his internal organs seemed to be shaking slightly. He cultivated in the life creation heavenly scripture the 5 elements, tempering the 5 internal organs, and stabilizing the 5 mountains, nurturing the 5 spirits, as he had attained the 5 elements' deific immortal body, possessing great defensive power, as well as shocking regenerative abilities. Yet, meeting the immortal slaughtering sword, it was like meeting its natural enemy. Even against other supreme martial arts that were not inferior in power to the immortal slaughtering sword, the 5 elements' deific immortal body would still be able to resist some of them. Yet, against the immortal slaughtering sword, it would probably not even be able to withstand a single sword. It was not just the life creation heavenly scripture. Other supreme martial arts of similar principles would be countered by the immortal slaughtering sword as well. Yin Zhaoge felt that Wen Daihong's cultivation base was virtually no inferior to Long Hanhua, at the same cultivation level. He was indeed worthy of being one of the outstanding figures of the Prime Clear Direct lineage. Still, Yin Zhaoge had not intended to forcibly resist the other party's immortal slaughtering sword with the 5 elements' deific immortal body in the first place. Black sword light lit up as Yin Zhaoge struck out with his finger as a sword, counterattacking with the immortal slaughtering sword as well. Numerous black lines intersected between the heavens and the earth, bringing with them the great terror of death. The surrounding heavens and earth were completely enveloped as those of Minor White Peak, and Wang Shun's lot were also surrounded by terrifying black sword chi. Still, as the streaks of sword chi rampaged, they merely clashed as they did not harm the spectators at all. This Yin Zhaoge actually possesses such high attainments in the immortal slaughtering sword of our prime clear direct lineage. Wang Shun and the others were shocked as they reveled in the high-level sword battle before them, when the two sides suddenly stopped. They were all shocked. What's going on? When Daihong's expression was rather ashen as his gaze was rather complex. Looking at Yin Zhaoge, he let out a long sigh towards the heavens before saying straightforwardly, "I have lost." Chapter 11:13. Yin Zhaoge clashed with the immortal slaughtering sword against Wen Daihong's immortal slaughtering sword. His attainments in the prime clear sword arts had surpassed the expectations of many prime clear sword cultivators. After all, as a descendant of the Jade Clear lineage, Yin Zhaoge's many dazzling accomplishments in the world beyond worlds had nothing to do with the legacies of the prime clear lineage. Under such circumstances, he was still able to have such profound attainments in the prime clear swordsmanship. It was truly shocking. It was a well-known fact that if one wanted to have a higher achievement in a martial art, apart from talent, the necessary hard work was also indispensable. With Yin Zhaoge's current age, however much time he had, it was still limited. In a short period of time, it was equivalent to 10 or even 100 years of hard work. How could anyone not be shocked? Still, Yin Zhaoge's immortal slaughtering sword against Wen Daihong's immortal slaughtering sword still caused the descendants of the prime clear lineage to inwardly rejoice. This was due to his pride towards the prime clear lineage's sword Dao. The sword battle between the two fully displayed the subtlety and terror of the immortal slaughtering sword, causing the spectators to be intoxicated. But halfway through, when Daihong actually abruptly abandoned his sword and admitted defeat, once again shocking everyone. Everyone's gaze fell on Wen Daihong. Those with lower cultivation couldn't see any clues. Those with higher cultivations, such as Wang Shun, were even more surprised. He's not injured. No matter how they looked at it, the battle just now could be said to be evenly matched. Although the sword battle between the two sides was extremely dangerous due to the power of the immortal culling sword, and a single mistake could result in blood, Wen Daihong did not seem to be losing at all. At worst, it should be a tie. Speaking of which, even if it was a draw, the news would be enough to shake the entire roving jade heavens. After all, Yin Zhaoge was not a sword cultivator who specialized in the Tao of the sword, let alone the Tao of the prime clear lineage. As for Wen Daihong, not only was he a direct disciple of the prime clear lineage, he was also a well-known figure amongst his peers. Even Long Xueji's son, Long Hanhua, might not necessarily be able to defeat him. The one worth paying attention to here was Long Hanhua, not Lin Hanhua. In order to conceal his identity, the head disciple of Golden Court Mountain of the world beyond world's southeastern Yang Heaven territory, Lin Hanhua, was unable to display his full strength. For Wen Daihong to be able to compete with him, there was no need to mention how extraordinary he was. This person was stubborn, and very competitive. Wanting him to take the initiative to admit defeat was as difficult as ascending the heavens. But now, facing Yin Zhaoge, Wen Daihong actually took the initiative to admit defeat, admitting that he was no match for him. This had truly exceeded the expectations of Wang Shun and the others. If it was someone else who would use such a method to curry favor with the profound sovereign, Dragon Spring Emperor, Long Xueji and the others, it might be possible. However, to Wen Daihong, it was absolutely unimaginable. Not to mention Wang Shun and the other Ashen Spirit Valley martial practitioners. Even the minor White Peak disciples present found it hard to believe. Look behind you. At this moment, Wen Daihong had already walked out of his dejected mood. But looking at the expressions of Wang Shun and the others, he felt even more conflicted. With Wen Daihong's reminder, Wang Shun and the other Ashen Spirit Valley martial practitioners felt their hearts tighten. They glanced at each other. Wang Shun didn't move, but one of the Ashen Spirit Valley disciples next to him leaned slightly and looked behind Wang Shun. He immediately let out a cry of alarm. What happened? Wang Shun frowned. The fellow disciple beside him didn't answer immediately. Instead, he turned around and looked behind the person on the other side. After that, he had a strange expression on his face. He wanted to take a few steps back, to see what was behind everyone. What exactly happened? Wang Shun asked. A smile that was even uglier than crying appeared on the other party's face. Senior apprentice uncle, the robe on your back has been torn, and someone has drawn a ghost character on it. Senior apprentice brother Ho on my right has drawn every character on his back. Stand still and don't move. Wang Shun roared in a low tone as he retreated. Then, he saw that a word had been drawn on the backs of all his fellow disciples before him. From left to right they were sword, Dao, Song, Lai, Ji, Zhong, Qian, Pai, Duo, Defiled, Han and Feng. Adding on the ghost character on his back, there were precisely 14 characters. The Dao of the sword is always straight, taking from the center, the ghost's every filth cold edge. Wang Shun could only feel disbelief as he stared dazedly at this scene. Someone had left these characters on their robes. Still, including himself, there were 2 8th-level martial saints, 6 7th-level martial saints and 6 6th-level martial saints. Not a single one of them had discovered anything unusual about this. 14 characters, there had to be at least 4 strokes. This was 4 swords. If Yin Zhaoge had wanted to take someone's life, of the 14 of them, the one who had died the least would have already been slain 4 times over. Not to mention words that had so many strokes. The words left behind on their tattered robes were not harmful, as they were even completely undetectable. Chapter 11:14. The minor White Peak disciples couldn't help but laugh when they saw this comical scene. Wang Shun and the others were slightly muddle-headed from embarrassment and rage. They could have destroyed their outer robes that had been cut open. Although it was a little unsightly, it was not a big deal. Humiliation was still humiliation. It wouldn't disappear just because he was deceiving himself, but at least he wouldn't be as embarrassed as he was now. Yin Zhaoge did not make things difficult for Wang Shun and the others. In fact, those 14 words weren't all written for Wang Shun's group. The main audience was someone else. In the distance, in the depths of the clouds, 2 gazes were quietly looking over. Interesting, you can even sense this old man's existence? An old voice muttered to himself. Beside him, another voice sounded. It should only be sensing the position of this disciple, not you, master. The old man murmured. The descendants of Yin Xintong and Di Qinglian are indeed extraordinary. It is no wonder that they were able to cause such a great disturbance in the world beyond worlds. From the looks of it, they actually seem to be surpassing their predecessors. How frivolous. What do you think the roving Jade Heavens is? The second voice said coldly. It is fine. He would be even more uneasy in the world beyond worlds. The old man laughed. Let's go. The figure in the cloud disappeared, and the clouds in the sky rolled and unfolded, calm and undisturbed. Yin Zhaoge retracted his gaze from that direction and muttered in his heart. True immortal, Cloud Emperor, Liberal Emperor, or someone else? As the other party left, Yin Zhaoge's attention returned to what was before him. I've heard that exiled immortal isn't a sword cultivator who established his Dao with the sword, yet you have such profound attainments in sword techniques. I'm impressed. Watching Wang Shun and the others leave, when Daihong sighed before cupping his hands towards Yin Zhaoge once more. Fallen deity, please forgive me for my rudeness. He felt a little defeated. The current Yin Zhaoge might not be able to suppress the roving Jade Heavens with his sword like Yin Xintong had in the past. The problem, however, was that Yin Zhaoge was not a pure sword cultivator like Yin Xintong of the past. Being defeated by such an opponent, when Daihong of the Prime Clear Direct lineage felt even more disappointed. Fortunately, Yin Zhaoge too cultivated in the sword arts of the Prime Clear lineage. As he had said, while he had lost to Yin Zhaoge in this battle, it had also been the Prime Clear lineage's sword arts losing to the Prime Clear lineage's sword arts. However, when he thought of how the Prime Clear lineage's sword arts actually surpassed his Prime Clear lineage in the hands of a Jade Clear Direct lineage martial practitioner, when Daihong felt ashamed. Apart from feeling disappointed, the prime clear cultivators felt conflicted. While the general direction was the same, it was very normal for the specific details to differ. While the Lord of Plentiful Treasure and the incongruous Divine Mother were both personal disciples of the Lord of Numinous Treasure of the prime clear lineage, still, there were naturally differences in the martial arts and cultivation legacies of the Lord of Numinous Treasure. This was especially so after many generations of descendants had analyzed it. Many changes would occur. After the investiture of the God's era, the Lord of Plentiful Treasure had vanished without a trace, as few descendants had appeared in this world. Therefore, when Daihong had not dared to be certain of Yin Zhaoge's immortal slaughtering sword even after seeing it, only after Yin Zhaoge had personally admitted it did he confirm his guess, as he could not help but sigh in admiration. The fallen deity and the sword Tao of our prime clear lineage are truly fated. He was speaking from the bottom of his heart, but he didn't mean it. Yet, in the ears of others, it sounded like he was trying to persuade Yin Zhaoge to forsake the world beyond worlds for the roving jade heavens. Hearing his words, the disciples of Minor White Peak did not reply. Still, they all pricked up their ears. I feel that fate is indeed something that is hard to say for sure. Yin Zhaoge smiled as if he did not mind it at all. After walking for a while, they arrived at Minor White Peak, where Long Hanhua was already waiting for them. Seeing Wen Daihong, he was first slightly taken aback as he seemed to have thought of something. Fellow Taoist Long, this one has come to apologize and ask for forgiveness from the Spirit Leaf Exalt. Wen Daihong immediately said. The Spirit Leaf Exalt was the title of Long Hanhua's eldest uncle, the Lord of Minor White Peak, Gao Xuebua. A disciple of Minor White Peak told Long Hanhua about what had happened via sound transmission. After glancing at Yin Zhaoge, Long Hanhua first exchanged a few pleasantries with Wen Daihong. Then, they all entered the mountain together. Only then did Long Hanhua send a sound transmission to Yin Zhaoge. While little apprentice granduncle is proficient in the four swords, I heard that only the sword intent of the immortal exterminating sword was left behind on Pilglow Peak. It looks like this immortal slaughtering sword of yours is also your own fortuitous encounter? I was just talking to them about it earlier. Fate is indeed indescribably wondrous. Yin Zhaoge smiled as he answered. Back when he had gone to the Taoist temple, he had originally thought that it was of the Grand Clear Direct lineage. Who would have thought that it was of the Prime Clear Direct lineage instead? He had been very surprised. Right. Now that you have returned from Pilglow Peak, there is still something that I would like to discuss with you, Long Hanhua said. Long Hanhua said, my father is currently at Minor White Peak. Although he said so, he still occupied a place in the roving jade heavens after all. At a critical juncture, whether it was out of consideration for himself or out of kinship, this almighty powerhouse would most likely not remain indifferent. However, it was impossible for her to take the initiative to do anything. After hearing this, Yin Zhaoge scratched his head. Senior apprentice Uncle Gao, the person you speak of, it can't be. She's not the Bright Connection Emperor, Wu Yuexin, from your mother's faction. Guessing what Yin Zhaoge wanted to ask, Gao Xuebua shook his head, denying Yin Zhaoge's guess. We have also investigated Bright Connection whose whereabouts in the past. Still, there was no news of him. Oh, Yin Zhaoge nodded, feeling increasingly curious. The world beyond worlds really had many dark histories, let alone the Bright Connection Emperor, Wu Yuexin, the sixth emperor that year. Not only had she disappeared without a trace, there were actually other peak experts who had disappeared. When this emperor left the world beyond worlds that year, she had yet to ascend to the immortal realm, Gao Xuebua added. She pushed open the door to immortality in my roving jade heavens. Yin Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. She shouldn't be a nameless person then, right? Gao Xuebua shook his head. She originally stayed in the world beyond worlds, seldom going out. Thus she was not well known. Those who are related to her are all famous. That's right. Here, Gao Xuebua asked instead, regarding the three sovereigns of the world beyond worlds. You should already know that your ancestor's disciple, the sword sovereign Yu Jinbei, was not one of the original three sovereigns, right? Yes, I have already heard of it, Yin Zhaoge nodded. The world beyond worlds' three sovereigns, 5 emperors, and exalts of 10 territories had been established for many years. This was especially so for the exalts of 10 territories. Other than the Earth exalt Wang Zhengcheng, the other 9 had long since changed. There was no need to mention the 5 emperors. The dim radiant emperor Yin Tianxia of the past had already passed away. The 3 sovereigns were the most stable. However, there had also been a change. That was Yu Zhenbei, who had once been one of the 5 emperors. His cultivation increased, and he became a sovereign. Before him, there was another bigwig expert who was known as the 3 sovereigns together with the earthly sovereign and the concealed sovereign. When Yan Zhaoge first heard of this title, a person's figure immediately appeared in his mind. One of the new Kunlun 9 luminaries, the exalted water luminary. The facts proved that his guess was right. The Astro Sovereign was the exalted water luminary. In the past, the exalted earth luminary, the exalted concealed luminary, and the exalted water luminary were followed by the earthly sovereign, the concealed sovereign, and the Astro Sovereign. They were the original 3 sovereigns of the world beyond worlds. However, for some unknown reason, the Astro Sovereign disappeared and never appeared in the world beyond worlds. One of the 3 sovereigns was missing. Until Yu Zhenbei became the Sword Sovereign, this vacancy was filled. It was worth mentioning that among the new Kunlun 9 luminaries, the exalted water luminary had a good relationship with Yan Zhaoge's grandfather, the exalted gold luminary, Yan Xintong. Wang Pu once mentioned that the Astro Sovereign vaguely knew about the special situation of Yan Di, Yan Zhaoge's father. In order to protect Yan Di and make sure that nothing would happen to him, the Astro Sovereign acquiesced to the matter of the Kunlun 9 luminaries being diluted. Unfortunately, before Yan Di was born, the Astro Sovereign had already disappeared from the world beyond worlds. Even the Sword Sovereign, Yu Zhenbei, didn't know about the specific situation. Perhaps only the earthly sovereign and the concealed sovereign knew about it. As for whether the female emperor, Jie Mingkong, knew about it or not, she was probably the only one who knew about it. The existence of the Astro Sovereign wasn't buried like the Bright Connection Emperor. He was widely known in the world beyond worlds. His sudden disappearance was regarded as the biggest mystery of the world beyond worlds in the recent thousands of years. Although the official statement given by the experts of the upper echelons was that the Astro Sovereign had left the world beyond worlds to travel, most people still had doubts about it. Could it be that the person here is the Astro Sovereign? Yan Zhaoge asked curiously. Gao Xuebwa shook his head. No, it's not the Astro Sovereign. It's his disciple. Disciple? Yan Zhaoge's pupils suddenly shrank. The Astro Sovereign has 2 disciples. It was well known in the world beyond worlds that the Astro Sovereign, also known as the Exalted Water Luminary, only had 1 disciple. It wasn't that his disciples died one after another. Instead, the Astro Sovereign only had 1 disciple. That was the female emperor, Jie Mingkong, one of the 5 emperors of the world beyond worlds. That's right. The disciple of the Astro Sovereign. Gao Xuebwa nodded and said, My father and mother have both verified it. There's no doubt that he is the disciple of the Astro Sovereign. And he didn't learn it secretly. Yan Zhaoge put his hand on his forehead. That's so complicated. He looked at Gao Xuebwa and the others with a bitter smile. Well, who is the letter for? Chapter 11:16. Who was the letter addressed to? This question seemed normal, but in the current situation, it was quite crucial. If he said that he would take it to Astro Sovereign, it would solve a mystery in everyone's mind. The former exalted water luminary, one of the 3 sovereigns, the Astro Sovereign, was still in the world beyond worlds. However, for some unknown reason, he had been living in seclusion and was even more low-key than the concealed sovereign. If the letter was given to someone else, the previous mystery would probably continue to remain, and it might even become more confusing. They didn't say anything. I think they need you to agree and go there before they tell you, the messenger, Gao Xuebwa replied. Yan Zhaoge looked thoughtful. Since this disciple of the Astro Sovereign, who lived in seclusion in the roving Jade Heavens, didn't care about the affairs of the world, who would tell her the news of his visit to the roving Jade Heavens? People in the roving Jade Heavens must be concerned about Astro Sovereign's whereabouts and recent situation. After all, He was a sovereign who was as famous as the earthly sovereign, the concealed sovereign, and the profound sovereign of the roving jade heavens. Gao Xuebua and the others were probably curious as well. Still, they left the choice to Yin Zhaoge. To Yin Zhaoge, just as Gao Xuebua had said, this could be a fortuitous encounter, yet it could also be a problem. More importantly, they had too little information at hand, which was not conducive to making a judgment. I wonder where that emperor is now. After pondering for a moment, Yin Zhaoge still accepted this errand. Gao Xuebua answered, the place she lives in seclusion is called Chaoheng Valley. I'll let Qing take you there later. Qing and she get along well. A moment later a woman appeared. It was none other than Gao Qing, whom Yin Zhaoge had met once before, and whom he had not seen for a long time. She was indeed worthy of being a stunning genius who was on par with Fu Ting. During these past years, she had already attained the 5th level of the martial saint realm, the mid-seeing divinity stage. Also, looking at her, Yin Zhaoge could see that she was just a half step away from the 6th level of the martial saint realm, as she might be able to cross over at any time. Senior apprentice Uncle Yin? Gao Qing looked at Yin Zhaoge, her expression filled with curiosity. Yin Zhaoge nodded, smiling. It's been over a decade since we last met. You've improved tremendously. Senior apprentice Uncle Yin, are you praising yourself? Gao Qing giggled. Back then, our cultivation bases were virtually the same. Now that you have ascended the immortal bridge, you are much faster than me. Yin Zhaoge's face did not turn red, his heart not leaping. Let's work hard together. Qing Gao Xuebua turned his gaze towards Gao Qing. Gao Qing shrunk her neck and instantly became listless. Her grandfather's personality had always been strict. Seeing that she seemed to be much more relaxed in front of Yin Zhaoge today, she also became a little more casual. In the end, she was immediately suppressed. Looking at her, Yin Zhaoge could not help but smile. After bidding farewell to Gao Xuebua and the others, they immediately set off. After following Gao Qing for a long time, Yin Zhaoge discovered something. It looks like this Dynasty Vessel Valley is not at Green Duckweed Mountain. That's right. The Chaoheng Valley that Granny Li lives in is in the Heavenly Vault Mountain of the Serene Province. Gao Qing answered matter-of-factly. The Yu region mentioned here was completely different from the Yu region that Yin Zhaoge had known in the 8 Extremities world that year. Having already been in the roving jade heavens for some time, Yin Zhaoge had long since come to know that the division of land here was similar to that of the world beyond worlds, as it was also roughly divided into 9 regions. Still, unlike the world beyond worlds, which was named after the 9 heavens, the roving jade heavens used the name of the ancient Chinese 9 regions. These 9 regions were different from other places where the word region or continent was present in the name of a place. Any one of the 9 regions of the roving jade heavens was vast and boundless, as it was virtually comparable to the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory or the southern Blazing Heaven Territory of the world beyond worlds. Each region was divided into many different regions of varying sizes. Any one of them could be even larger than the entire world of a lower world. At the very center of the 9 regions was the Yu region, where Green Duckweed Mountain was located. Like the central June Heaven Territory of the world beyond worlds, the Yu region was the most central region of the roving jade heavens, as it was the most abundant in spiritual qi and abundant in natural resources. Green Duckweed Mountain was even more important, as it was the best blessed land of the roving jade heavens. The direct lineage and peak experts of the prime clear lineage all resided here, as its status was equivalent to that of Kunlun Mountain in the world beyond worlds. It seemed like that disciple of the Astro Sovereign was really keeping a low profile in seclusion here, as she did not even stay at Green Duckweed Mountain, not even establishing a cave manor in the Yu region, as she directly went to the Yu region. Granny Li. Hearing Gao Qing's reply, the corners of Yin Zhaoge's mouth twitched slightly. This is a female expert? When he had been conversing with Gao Xuebua and the others earlier, Yin Zhaoge had not been able to tell the difference between he and she. Hearing how Gao Qing had addressed this person now, Yin Zhaoge knew that this person was a female, just like Jie Mingkong. The problem, however, was that the Astro Sovereign was a man. While it was not that male masters were forbidden from taking female disciples, under most circumstances where they were not related by blood, such things were still rather rare. The Astro Sovereign and the female emperor could be considered a pair of master and disciple, who were rather famous, and had extremely high accomplishments in post-Great Calamity times. Now, not only did the Astro Sovereign have another disciple, this disciple just had to be a female as well. While it was not impossible, Yin Zhaoge instinctively felt that something was off, as if the flames of gossip within his heart were being stoked, causing his thoughts to wander off to the side. Am I too bored? Yin Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. As he was pondering, he suddenly heard Gao Qing ask, "Little apprentice uncle, I heard from other disciples that not only did you defeat exquisite Tang Peak's purple light caves when Beifeng, you even inscribed words on the backs of those of Ashen Spirit Valley, without them even noticing it?" Sword sweeping the north wind was Wen Daihong's title, referring to him being like a fierce wind that pierced through the skies, tough and unstoppable. Still, there were some who privately claimed that this title was a mockery of Wen Daihong's stubborn personality, as well as his lack of empathy. Of course, due to Wen Daihong's personal strength, and the liberal emperor of exquisite Tang Peak's purple light cave behind him, not many dared to openly mention this. What I can do, fellow Taoist, one cannot. Therefore he admitted defeat. Yin Zhaoge said casually. Still, this fellow Taoist Wen's strength is indeed extraordinary. While he is impetuous, he is also open and aboveboard. I wonder if there have been any other outstanding figures in the roving Jade Heavens, besides him in recent centuries? Right, Senior Apprentice Uncle Long and Senior Apprentice Brother Long definitely don't need to be mentioned. I already know about them. Hearing his words, Gao Qing answered without hesitation, there are. Little Aunt, as well as 9 heavens, he who is equally famous as her. Isn't there a saying in the world beyond worlds? Kunlun's God-shocking dragon, youth enlightening 8 sects? Our roving Jade Heavens also has 9 heavens soaring solitary crane. Splendor fills the divine lands. Gao Qing then said rather regretfully, still, little apprentice uncle, you might not be able to see a single one of them this time. I heard that 9 heavens he is currently in secluded cultivation, while little Aunt left the roving Jade Heavens a year ago to go adventuring. If you call her little Aunt then. Yin Zhaoge felt rather curious. Gao Qing's originally cheerful mood dimmed somewhat. She's second grandaunt's daughter. Of course I call her little aunt. Sadly, second grandaunt has already passed away. Chen Qianhua himself did not care about it. According to tradition, the titles of Broad Creed Mountain's past chief of the 8 extremities world all contained the word heaven in them. In that kind of lower realm, it wasn't a big deal. Even if people knew about it, they wouldn't take it too seriously. Most of them would just laugh it off. Still, things were different in the world beyond worlds. Moreover, the higher one's cultivation base was, the more one had to pay attention to this taboo. With Chen Qianhua's personality, he wasn't too interested in such things. Still, if it was anyone else who was the world beyond world's upper exalt, and encountered other martial saints using the title of heavenly exalt, they would probably take the initiative to measure the other party's worth. The title was too honorable, and not everyone could bear it. It was just like how a person who had yet to ascend to the celestial realm called himself an emperor. That wasn't just a matter of being laughed at. If a true immortal expert with a bad temper, or who was more serious, found out about it, they might very well come knocking on his door. Also, beating you up would be pointless. If a true emperor were to slay you, no one would pity you, as they would only think that you deserved it. In pre-Great Calamity times, similar things had happened before. Those who claimed the title of emperor had had their entire clans directly exterminated by a true immortal. It wasn't 9 heavens he himself who suggested it. Instead, there was indeed someone who addressed him as the 9 heavens exalt when he attained the 10th level of the martial saint realm, the human exalt stage. Gao Qing smiled as well. While it was a shortcut to directly change it to his original title of sword-shaking 9 heavens, it was still doubted by many. Everything else aside, little granduncle was still in the human realm back then. Gao Qing said. While it was someone else's title, senior he himself did not reject it. Therefore, Little granduncle went to look for him. Tsk tisk. Yin Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. 9 heavens transforming into 8 heavens. This is how it came about, right? That's right, little granduncle won the duel in the sword. Gao Qing first nodded before shaking her head. Still, this title of 8 heavens exalt is not entirely a joke. While Long Xueji had won that battle, it had only been by a slight margin. Long Xueji had praised He Mian greatly afterwards, as he had once said, that it had been the most difficult battle he had had with a martial saint in recent years. While the 9 heavens had transformed into 8 heavens, He Mian could still be considered to have suffered a glorious defeat. Considering that He Mian was younger than Long Xueji, and had only just entered the human exalt stage at the time, his strength could be considered shocking. Chapter 11:18. Looking at the glacier, feeling the spiritual qi fluctuations within, Yin Zhaoge seemed to realize something. It really is of the same origin as the female emperor Jie Mingkong, just that there are some differences in the details. Little apprentice uncle, let's go in. Gao Qing looked at him. Yin Zhaoge nodded, all right. The two entered the icy valley together. After traversing through the layers of cold ice, a wave of warmth assaulted their faces. Sunlight actually seeped through the valley, which had appeared dark due to being sealed off by the ice. As Yin Zhaoge walked in, the scene that appeared before him was actually one of spring, the grass growing long and birds flying in the air. The sunlight here was not natural sunlight. Instead, it was condensed from the light of the sun by someone, being equivalent to man-made. The owner of this place probably has a different personality from the female emperor. This thought quickly flashed through Yin Zhaoge's mind. The world of ice outside the valley was for the sake of concealment. It was warm as spring within the valley, which was the ideal living environment for the owner of this place. As the two entered the depths of the valley, they did not see any attendants or servants within. Granny Li resides here alone, having no disciples as she only has a strange beast, the Feifei, by her side. Gao Qing said, not finding it strange at all. Yin Zhaoge nodded in understanding. At the center of the valley, a small courtyard could be seen amidst the flowers and grass. Outside the courtyard, Gao Qing raised her voice. We're here, Granny Li. Laughter resounded from within the courtyard. If you already knew, come in yourself. You're already familiar with this place. Yes, Granny. Gao Qing smilingly pushed open the door, turning to look at Yin Zhaoge. Come, little apprentice uncle. I'm very familiar with Granny's place. Yin Zhaoge shrugged, entering alongside Gao Qing. As the door was pushed open, a faint white qi surged. Coming into contact with that white qi, Yin Zhaoge felt a bone-piercing chill, which he could feel even with his current cultivation base. Yet, this white qi did not affect the warm environment of the surrounding valley in the slightest, as it was clearly visible. With Gao Qing's cultivation base, while she had long since broken through space to see true divinity, she would probably be frozen stiff in an instant if she were to directly walk amidst the white icy fog. Still, a red jade pendant hung around her neck, which emitted a ring of red light that kept the icy fog at bay, protecting her from being harmed by the extreme cold. Granny Li gave it to me, Gao Qing said as she walked. This way, little apprentice uncle. In front of him was a vast icy mist, and he couldn't even see his own fingers. Even if a martial saint entered, he would not be able to see anything clearly. It was set up by the master of this place, forming a protective restriction. Chapter 11:19. That's right. If it's convenient for you, help me send a letter back. As Chu Lily said this, she first cleaned the Feifei in her hands. The beast that resembled a little white fox did not appreciate her kindness at all as it shook off the water droplets on its body, rather discontentedly. Let me tell you, Lily, don't even think about sleeping in for the next few days. I'll definitely wake you up early. You dare. Chu Lily flicked the head of the Feifei, instantly causing the little beast that could kill an immortal bridge martial saint with a single slap to sprawl on the ground. The little beast clutched its head with its paws. Humph, just wait and see. While it was very dangerous to make fun of an emperor, Yin Zhaoge could not help but smile as he looked at the two of them. Please help me send this letter to Kunlun Mountain's restful immortal valley in the world beyond worlds. Chu Lily did not mind, just that a jade coin had appeared in her hand. The message she wanted to send was sealed within this jade coin. It was just that the destination caused Yin Zhaoga's heart to jump. It was not for the female emperor of Jade Sky Peak's Cold Wave locale, or the sword sovereign of Northern High Peak's Jade Capital Crag. This letter was actually for the concealed sovereign of Restful Immortal Valley. If she knew that the sword sovereign was not in the world beyond worlds, it would be fine if she did not send the letter to Jade Capital Crag. However, she did not send it to the female emperor either. The concealed sovereign was indeed in the world beyond worlds now, but he was in seclusion most of the time. Was Chu Lily sending the letter to the concealed sovereign, or asking him to send it to someone else? Was the Astro Sovereign still in the world beyond worlds? Many thoughts flashed through Yin Zhaoga's mind in an instant. Of course it's convenient, Yin Zhaoga first agreed. Since Gao Xuebua, and the others of the roving Jade Heavens, did not mind him sending the letter for Chu Lily, it meant that they were very certain that Chu Lily was not a spy. Yin Zhaoga sending the letter for Chu Lily would not be a taboo for the roving Jade Heavens. Still, before I left the world beyond worlds, I heard that the concealed sovereign is in seclusion again. He probably would not care about external affairs for a long time. Yin Zhaoga reminded. Not that this Yin is making excuses, but it really cannot be guaranteed that this letter will be delivered to the concealed sovereign in time. It may only be delivered a little later. Even after the Brocade Emperor had caused such a huge ruckus, the concealed sovereign had not appeared. From the looks of it, it was as if he was in death seclusion. I see. Chu Lily looked disappointed. She pondered for a moment before saying, since that is so, please help me deliver this to Jade Capital Crag. When Boss Yu returns to the world beyond worlds, you can just hand it over to him. If the concealed sovereign leaves seclusion before Boss Yu returns to the world beyond worlds, send him to the Restful Immortal Valley then. Yin Zhaoga nodded, receiving the jade coin. He didn't seem to want to consider becoming a disciple of the Earth Sovereign of Qilin Cliff. Senior Chu, forgive me for asking, Yin Zhaoga probed. Is your master? Master he. Chu Lily paused halfway through her sentence. Her mood became gloomy. He almost acted up again. She waved her hands towards Yin Zhaoga in utter boredom. When you go back and see Boss Yu, ask him. If he can tell you, he will tell you. All right. Yin Zhaoga shrugged. From Chu Lily's attitude and tone, he could already make some judgments. First, Astro Sovereign should still be alive and hadn't died yet. At least, when Chu Lily, who lived here in seclusion, mentioned Astro Sovereign, she didn't look sad at all. Whether her information was correct or not, it was hard to judge. Second, there was a reason why Chu Lily hid herself in the roving Jade Heavens and isolated herself from the world. Maybe it was related to Astro Sovereign, and the Sword Sovereign Yu Jinbei should know about it. With Chu Lily's personality, she obviously wouldn't like to live in seclusion like this. The current situation was a kind of pressure for her, but she endured it and restrained herself. Maybe she was willing to accept punishment because she had made some kind of mistake, or she was avoiding trouble and didn't want to make it worse. From this point of view, there might be hidden dangers in this matter, but relatively speaking, there were also opportunities hidden in the dangers. Actually, the only problem that he should pay attention to was female Emperor Jie Mingkong, who seemed to have nothing to do with this. Although it seemed to have nothing to do with this, it was the biggest problem. After all, female Emperor was also a disciple of Astro Sovereign and Chu Lily's senior apprentice sister. However, it was not good to ask Chu Lily herself about this. He could only ask Sword Sovereign or Concealed Sovereign when he returned to the world beyond worlds. Now, Yin Zhaoga could only hope that Chu Lily didn't mention female Emperor, because she knew that female Emperor didn't know the situation of Astro Sovereign. Otherwise, Yin Zhaoga would be in a lot more trouble after this matter. Yin Zhaoga had heard a rumor from Wang Pu. Jie Mingkong, the #1 emperor in the world beyond worlds, had opened her eyes. Yin Zhaoga agreed with this rumor, because he had seen female emperor fight with his own eyes. Being knowledgeable, he knew the trick of it. Female emperor didn't keep silent and sealed herself in ice. Actually, she was cultivating something similar to the silent meditation of Buddhism, which was called Dark Profound Pass. In other words, although she could go out and had attended the opening ceremony of the Broad Creed Mountain, she was actually in a state of seclusion at that time. Even when she fought with Heaven Emperor, she still didn't come out. Only when she opened her eyes could she really come out. Before this, when she fought with others, it would actually be equivalent to her cultivating while fighting with others. While the atmosphere had been pretty good during the opening ceremony, only the heavens knew if anything unexpected would happen after the female emperor learnt of the letter he had delivered today. "Granny, my little apprentice uncle is helping you deliver the letter. Isn't there any benefit in it?" Gao Qing hugged Chu Lily's arm, asking smilingly. Yan Zhaoge gave her a big thumbs up in his heart. "Well done. Senior apprentice Uncle Gao really didn't send you over for nothing." Even if Chu Lily didn't give him a reward, Yan Zhaoge still intended to accept this task. Once the matter was completed, and everything was done properly, there would naturally be potential benefits waiting for him. Still, if he could get some benefits now, Yan Zhaoge would definitely accept it. "You," Chu Lily tapped Gao Qing's nose. "Am I the sort of person who orders others around for free?" With a light wave of her hand, a completely transparent crystal bottle appeared before Yan Zhaoge. "Still, I am indeed a poor person, not having anything that I can take out. Little friend Yan, why don't you take a look and see if this thing catches your eye?" Yan Zhaoge received the crystal bottle, uncorking it and sniffing it lightly. "Oh, it's actually Devil's Sealing Godly Water?" Yan Zhaoge was rather taken aback. This was a good item for dealing with the evil devils of the 9 underworlds. If the cultivation bases of the 9 underworlds were high, treasures like the devil-shattering arrow would be useless against them. While the devil-sealing godly water was unable to slay peak devils, it could seal and suppress many of them. Used at a critical moment, it would have the effect of reversing the situation. Chapter 1120. The Martial Repository of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace of Pre-Great Calamity Times contained the method to refine the demon-sealing godly water. Sadly, Yan Zhaoge currently did not have the raw materials, and even the cleverest housewife cannot cook without rice. Therefore, he had not thought about this thing all along. Even if he didn't use it to deal with the demons of the netherworld, the demon-sealing godly water itself was an excellent material for forging tools. Just like the splendid thousand yarn, it could be used to forge immortal weapons. If it could only be used to deal with the demons of the netherworld, it would be somewhat useless. The effects weren't singular, and every effect could be said to be top-notch. The value of this item skyrocketed. What satisfied Yan Zhaoge the most was the fact that devil-sealing godly water was incomparably rare and precious. While the bottle before him did not seem like much, it could actually be considered to be an ocean's worth. "Thank you, Senior Chu." Yan Zhaoge did not stand on ceremony, as he kept the small crystal bottle, cupping his hands towards Chu Lily. "It is just that this Yan is untalented and often roams about. If there is a reply, I might not be able to send it back in time. I would have to entrust it to someone else then. I wonder if Senior Chu would mind?" Chu Lily thought for a moment before replying. "If you can handle it yourself, that would naturally be for the best. If you can't, then let Boss Yu and the others decide." "I will follow Senior's instructions." Yan Zhaoge cupped his hands. The conversation that followed was much more relaxed. Most of it was a discussion about Dao techniques. Chu Lily had pushed open the immortal door. Her experience was needless to say. Still, as they conversed, she discovered to her surprise that Yan Zhaoge, who was still a martial saint, had many extraordinary insights that far surpassed that of ordinary martial saints. As the two of them chatted, they eventually started teasing Gao Qing, causing her to stomp her feet in anger. In the end, Chu Lily smiled and said, "I'm really happy today, but I've delayed you for a long time. Little Qing, accompany your martial uncle back. After all, it's his first time in roving Jade Heavens." Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge and Gao Qing immediately took their leave, Gao Qing even saying, "I will bring Senior Apprentice Uncle back to Green Duckweed Mountain before coming back to chat with you, Granny. Go, go." Chu Lily waved at them. When the two of them left the courtyard, Chu Lily sighed and looked at the sky above, lost in thought. A desolate expression gradually appeared on her face. The fox-like Feifei jumped onto her shoulder and gently brushed her cheek with its furry tail. Lily, don't be sad. His Majesty Astro Sovereign must be fine. After receiving your letter, he must have sent you a reply. Ping ping. I must go back to see Master. Yan Zhaoge, Fu Ting, Gao Qing and the others were drawn away along with it. Along the way, Yan Zhaoge had secretly activated the profound sky purple gold furnace, shaking off the suction force of the pill hall, and allowing them to escape with their lives. The profound sky purple gold furnace had thus secretly fallen into Yan Zhaoge's hands. Afterwards, they had ended up in the blessed lands of Buddhism, landing in a Buddhist world known as the Obscured Way world. Still, the first 6 immortal bridge martial saints, who had been drawn away, had not been able to escape as there had been no news of them thereafter. When Yan Zhaoge had met Fu Ting again earlier, he had even mentioned this matter. It was said that the Brocade Emperor and the experts of Ingenious Flying Peak had both attempted to search for them, yet had found nothing. I wonder how those fellow Taoists of your lineage who were lost amidst space back then are now? He asked Gao Qing. Is there any news? Gao Qing answered. There is no news of Senior Apprentice Grandaunt Tang and the others. Still, Little Granduncle discovered some clues amidst space earlier that seemed to point towards that legendary pill hall of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace. She was deeply worried. More than 10 years have already passed. Even if they can find the pill hall, Senior Apprentice Grandaunt Tang and the others are probably. May the heavens bless them. Yan Zhaoge could not say anything more now. It was naturally a good thing that the roving Jade Heavens had obtained new clues. Still, Yan Zhaoge felt that it was better for him to wait and see. The pill hall of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace had successfully survived the Great Calamity and been completely preserved. Still, it seemed rather strange now. When the two returned to Minor White Peak, Long Xueji was nowhere to be seen. Only Gao Xuebua and Long Hanhua were present. Yan Zhaoge did not conceal their meeting as he gave a rough account of it, sending it to the Sword Sovereign or the Concealed Sovereign, yet not mentioning the female emperor. Gao Xuebua pondered for a while before saying, If you are willing to accept this matter, just accept it. If it is difficult for you, this old man can find someone to do it for you. It will not cause any problems. He felt that this matter was probably more dangerous than fortuitous for Yan Zhaoge. If he offended the female emperor Jie Mingkong, the losses would outweigh the gains. If his roving Jade Heavens sent someone to do it for him, he would not have to worry about this. It is fine. Leave it to me, Senior Apprentice Uncle Gao. Yan Zhaoge smiled, though he was not joking at all. Seeing this, Gao Xuebua nodded before changing the topic. News just came from the world beyond worlds. This morning, the Upper Exalt Chen Qianhua trampled on Ingenious Flying Peak's Red Lotus Cliff. I wonder if there were any casualties at Red Lotus Cliff? Yan Zhaoge asked. What was the final result? Long Hanhua answered. The exact situation is unclear, but there are indeed casualties. With the Brocade Emperor himself not present, did no one obstruct him? Yan Zhaoge rubbed his temples lightly. Long Hanhua was silent for a moment before he said, The encompassing emperor made a move, but failed within the Great Hall. Red Lotus Cliff was ultimately breached by the Upper Exalt. Oh, Yan Zhaoge was a little surprised this time. Generally speaking, when the strengths of A and B were about the same, A would attack C, and B would try to protect C. In this situation, A would have the initiative, and it would be easier for him to gain the upper hand. However, in today's matter, Red Lotus Cliff, as the third party, had focused on defending themselves. Their strength was not weak. Secondly, the strengths of the two sides were not equal. Indeed, in terms of cultivation base, the Upper Exalt Chen Qianhua possessed the ability to contend head-on against true immortals. He was the only martial saint in the current world beyond worlds who could do so, truly deserving of the title of the strongest martial saint. The problem, however, was that the encompassing emperor had an accompanying immortal artifact just like the Brocade Emperor. While immortal realm experts might not be able to do anything to a human martial saint, it would not be nice for him to have actually used an immortal artifact. Still, Since it was to protect Red Lotus Cliff, it was understandable that the encompassing emperor had gone all out. If the encompassing emperor had used an immortal artifact, yet Chen Qianhua had still succeeded in breaching Red Lotus Cliff, it would be rather shocking indeed. The encompassing emperor did not bring an immortal artifact with him? Yan Zhaoge asked. Having clashed with Chen Qianhua before, he knew that Chen Qianhua was indeed very powerful. Still, Yan Zhaoge did not believe that Chen Qianhua had been able to withstand the attack of a true immortal who wielded an immortal artifact barehanded, while also breaching Red Lotus Cliff. The encompassing emperor finally used an immortal artifact, Long Hanhua said quietly. Yan Zhaoge frowned, a thought flashing through his mind. Could it be? You guessed right. Knowing what he was thinking, Long Hanhua answered. Upper Chen also wielded an immortal artifact. This is really... Yan Zhaoge put a hand on his forehead. Gao Shuebua and Long Hanhua exchanged glances, shaking their heads as well. An immortal weapon was hard to come by. One reason was that it was difficult to forge, and the other reason was that the materials were scarce. Therefore, some of the great emperors who had truly pushed open the immortal door might not even have an immortal weapon. This had already been the case before the Great Calamity. Much less needed to be said about the era after the Great Calamity. Even perfected immortals lacked immortal weapons, let alone mortal martial saints. It was true that there were always exceptions to everything. For example, Gao Shuebua, who was standing before Yan Zhaoge, was a human exalt who wielded an immortal artifact of the leakless level. However, strictly speaking, this immortal weapon could not be considered as Gao Shuebua's personal possession. It was the sword of his mother, the profound sovereign Gao Qingxian, when she was still a leakless true immortal. Afterwards, it was passed down to her eldest son, Gao Shuebua, to wield. That was why Gao Shuebua could wield an immortal weapon as a martial saint. His younger brother, Long Xueji, had already opened the immortal door, but he did not even have an immortal weapon. Of course, this was related to Long Xueji's advocacy of forging his own swords. In any case, it was evident how rare it was for a martial saint to possess an immortal weapon. Chen Qianhua didn't have an elder who could pass down an immortal weapon to him. His own fortuitous encounter? Yan Zhaoge smacked his lips. The origin heavenly scripture is indeed sharp in this aspect. The information obtained from the roving jade heavens was still too simple, as it was unclear exactly what was going on in the world beyond worlds. Still, with Chen Qianhua having stirred up so much trouble this time, Yan Zhaoge believed that things would not end so simply. Instead, Yan Zhaoge was rather uncertain about Fu Ting's current situation. Logically speaking, Red Lotus Cliff and Fu Ting should have made preparations in case the Brocade Emperor suddenly rose in revolt. In the end, it had been Chen Qianhua instead of the Brocade Emperor. If it had been anyone else, Fu Ting would have been able to escape this tribulation if she had not been at Red Lotus Cliff at the time. Still, it would have been much easier for Chen Qianhua to find Fu Ting's whereabouts since he possessed the origin heavenly scripture. If Fu Ting had been at Red Lotus Cliff at the time, but not been killed by Chen Qianhua on the spot, instead being taken away by the encompassing emperor for protection, she would have been a little safer. Senior Apprentice Uncle Gao, I intend to return to the world beyond worlds. Yan Zhaoge pondered for a moment before bidding farewell to Gao Shuebua and the others. Whether it was his personal friendship with Fu Ting, or the conflict between the black and white brocade emperors, Yan Zhaoge would have to hurry back to the world beyond worlds. While he did not understand Yan Zhaoge's thoughts, Gao Shuebua did not question him, as he immediately nodded in agreement. Send my regards to your father. The roving jade heavens welcome you all. Thank you, Senior Apprentice Uncle Gao. After taking his leave of Gao Shuebua, Long Hanhua and the others, Yan Zhaoge brought Meng Wan along as he returned to the world beyond worlds. Chapter 1122. After learning that Chen Qianhua had broken through Ingenious Flying Peak's Red Lotus Cliff, Yan Zhaoge immediately took his leave from the roving jade heavens and returned to the world beyond worlds. Still, traveling from the roving jade heavens to the world beyond worlds was not something that could be accomplished in a single step, as one would have to traverse numerous layers of space. The long journey would take up a lot of time. While Yin Zhaoge was hurrying on his way, it was naturally impossible for the others to just wait for him to return without doing anything. Many other things happened during this time. In the world beyond worlds, Chen Qianhua's attack on the Dao Arena and cave manor of the Brocade Emperor's lineage had undoubtedly caused great waves. The influence of this matter might even shake the current structure of the world beyond worlds: 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors, and exalts of 10 territories. Under the control of some people, the news did not spread widely, but in the eyes of those who knew about it, it was no small matter. On the other hand, the upper exalt Chen Qianhua had sufficiently proven his strength as well. Against the pressure of the myriad emperor, he had actually still been able to breach the Brocade Emperor's dwelling. The encompassing emperor had used an immortal weapon, but Chen Qianhua actually had an immortal weapon to defend himself. The eye-catching battle record raised Chen Qianhua's reputation once again. In the world beyond worlds, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors had always been superior to the 10 exalts. The true immortal martial emperors, who pushed open the immortal door, were fundamentally different from the martial sages, who remained in the mortal world. They were on 2 completely different levels of deterrence. But this time, Chen Qianhua had broken that barrier. As a human immortal, he was truly on the same level as a true immortal emperor. In the hearts of many in the know, he was an emperor in name but not in name. Of the world beyond worlds' 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, it might be more accurate to say that there were 3 sovereigns and 6 emperors. If one day, he also pushed open the immortal door and achieved the leakless body, the realm of true immortals, what kind of strength would he have? Of course, even then, everyone believed that since Chen Qianhua had destroyed Ingenious Flying Peak, the matter wouldn't end so easily. As the person concerned, the Brocade Emperor would definitely not let things go just like that. The encompassing emperor, who had lost face in the mediation, might not continue to pester the matter. After all, both sides had relied on their own abilities. However, the 3 sovereigns would not sit idly by. While the earthly sovereign and the sword sovereign were not in the world beyond worlds, and the concealed sovereign was in secluded cultivation, as soon as the 3 bigwigs were free, it was possible that they would get involved in this matter. Chen Qianhua himself did not care about any of this. The 3 sovereigns might ask about this matter, but he did not take it to heart. He did not take the praises and fear of the others to heart. He didn't feel worried, nor did he feel complacent. He was just a little annoyed because he hadn't achieved his goal. Fu Ting was not at Red Lotus Cliff. So that's how it is. There is a ritual that the Brocade Emperor designed for Red Lotus Fu here, which is closely related to her. It is no wonder that I misjudged it. It is the handiwork of a true immortal after all. Unable to find Fu Ting, Chen Qianhua left the Red Lotus Cliff. A faint trace of interest appeared on his lazy face. This ritual, oh, it wants to try and eliminate the influence caused by the immeasurable Heavenly Lord. Chen Qianhua seemed to be completely unaware that his previous actions had caused a mighty uproar, and he leisurely returned to his abode in Kunlun Mountain, Qianhua Peak. It was not caused by the Brocade Emperor's cultivation deviation this time. Instead, it was something that happened some years ago, he muttered to himself as he walked, his gaze distant as streams of light seemed to flash through it. Still, being willing to forsake this ritual and hide from Red Lotus Cliff, you are actually hiding from the Brocade Emperor? Chen Qianhua chuckled. The Brocade Emperor's cultivation deviation this time is interesting indeed. Returning to Qianhua Peak, he saw that the earthly young master Chen Kuanhua was still waiting there. After learning about the details, Chen Kuanhua could not help but feel dazed. This matter could be big or small, but it was not something that he could help to cover up. Chen Kuanhua said nothing about Fu Ting's predicament. He understood this elder brother of his too well. When he did things, he would not care about the thoughts and feelings of others, even if that person was his own younger brother. Meanwhile, he had no ability to stop his elder brother. Still, it is still not as interesting as that Yin Zhaoge. Chen Qianhua lazily reclined in his armchair, a rare look of excitement appearing on his face. If I want to find that Red Lotus Fu, it will probably fall on Yin Zhaoge. This really could not be any better. I was just thinking of having some fun with that Yin Zhaoge in the first place. Chen Kuanhua frowned. Yin Zhaoge? That's right. I have tried to find Red Lotus Fu's whereabouts, but the clues are indistinct and scattered. This means that someone is helping her conceal her karma and fate, Chen Qianhua said matter-of-factly. In the world beyond worlds, there are currently only those few who possess sufficient ability and might interfere in this matter. The concealed sovereign is in seclusion within the valley. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. North Guan is busy preventing the land of Tranquil Stream from entering the world beyond worlds through the spatial dimensional passageway in the northern snowy plains. Chen Qianhua smiled. Therefore, there is only one left now, the grand simplicity splendor cloud that Yin Zhaoge's father, Yin Di, possesses. So, Fu Ting secretly left Red Lotus Cliff and sought Yin Di's help, making use of the grand simplicity splendor cloud to conceal the search for her? Chen Kuanhua asked. It was originally meant to guard against the Brocade Emperor. Instead, it has now become a hindrance to you, big brother? Chen Qianhua said nonchalantly. Yes, with the grand simplicity splendor cloud shrouding him, it would be inconvenient for me to find him. However, the problem was that there were only a few ways that Chen Qianhua couldn't find his target. In fact, it didn't affect his ability to lock onto his target. It would be much more troublesome if it was the Brocade Emperor instead. This had originally been to guard against the Brocade Emperor. Still, now that it was Chen Qianhua who was looking for him, its effectiveness was greatly reduced. Yin Di, where are you now? Chen Qianhua asked Chen Kuanhua. Due to the existence of the grand simplicity splendor cloud, the effects of the primordial heavenly scripture were limited. In the southern blazing heaven territory, Chen Kuanhua answered. Chen Qianhua raised his head and thought for a moment before he suddenly smiled. The position of the southern exalt is still empty, right? What do you think about me becoming the southern exalt? Hearing this, Chen Kuanhua was taken aback. The death of the southern exalt Zhuang Shun had created an empty position for the exalts of 10 territories. In the current world beyond worlds, there was actually more than just a single 9th-level martial saint who had hopes of breaking through into the human exalt stage. While no one could say that they were completely confident, they were all filled with confidence. Still, everyone was at a loss. Now that there was a shortage of exalts, an empty position would be left empty. If someone made a breakthrough now, the position of the southern exalt would definitely be filled by the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Yin Di was currently leading Broad Creed Mountain and boldly advancing into the southern blazing heaven territory. The position of the southern exalt was currently like the mouth of a volcano. If he didn't have the ability to suppress the Yin father and son, yet still took that position, ruling over 2 people who were not exalts but were superior to exalts, how different would this southern exalt be from a puppet? Also, if he refused to accept it, it would really be too damaging to his family's face. In truth, in the hearts of many, this position was equivalent to being specially left empty for the Yin father and son pair. The 2 exalts who were in name but not in name. Let alone the newly ascended experts, most of the other 9 exalts of 10 territories would not be willing to become the southern exalt. Chen Kuanhua had heard of a saying before that someone hoped that the southwestern exalt by Tao could become the southern exalt. That way, they would be able to slowly work together. If one had to name an exalt who could simultaneously suppress the Yin father and son pair, it would naturally be the upper exalt Chen Qianhua, who could contend against true immortals as a human and take on the combined forces of all the other martial saints of the world beyond worlds. Still, Chen Kuanhua did not know whether to laugh or to cry. The exalts of 10 territories were of a higher status than the 8 territories. His elder brother was the most deserving upper exalt, the number 1 martial saint. If the upper exalt became the southern exalt, wouldn't that be equivalent to a demotion? Still, this elder brother of his really didn't seem to care about this. In order to make it easier for him to have fun, Chen Qianhua would definitely take the initiative to demote himself to the south. Chapter 1123. It is rare for there to be such an interesting Yin Zhaoge. I am in no hurry to deal with him. The best part should be left for the end. Chen Qianhua stretched lazily. Still, since Red Lotus Fu has gone to hide at Yendi's place, we might as well just serve the main course. That Yendi has the grand simplicity splendor cloud, and is also someone I cannot see through. I hope that he is as interesting as Yin Zhaoga. He praised from the bottom of his heart. This feeling of being out of my expectations is really good. Chen Kuanhua felt very helpless towards his elder brother, who acted entirely on his mood. Still, Chen Kuanhua suddenly thought of many things. The disturbances that Chen Qianhua had caused in recent days were much greater than what he had done in the past. As Chen Kuanhua saw it, more importantly, he had made too many enemies. The white-clothed brocade emperor and the encompassing emperor had already been offended, while the female emperor was usually unconcerned about matters. She was on good terms with Broad Creed Mountain's Yin Zhaoga and Yendi due to her previous master. If Chen Qianhua went looking for trouble with them, it was hard to say if the female emperor would interfere. Of course, offending the white-clothed brocade emperor was actually equivalent to befriending the black-clothed brocade emperor. While the female emperor was on good terms with the Yin family, the Heaven Emperor had a deep grudge with Yin Zhaoga. Still, there were not just the 5 emperors in the world beyond worlds. Above the 5 emperors were the 3 sovereigns. Chen Qianhua had broken through the brocade emperor's headquarters and disrupted the overall situation of the world beyond worlds, destroying the stability of this place. From this perspective, who was the most dissatisfied with this? The earthly sovereign. That was why Chen Kuanhua was anxious. Because of the Yin family's father and son, the sword sovereign might already be angered. If the brocade emperor's matter was thrown into turmoil, even the earthly sovereign might be offended, including the concealed sovereign who was on the same side as the earthly sovereign in most matters. If all 3 sovereigns were offended at once, no one would be able to maintain a stable foothold in the world beyond worlds. Still, there were 2 sides to everything. Chen Kuanhua suddenly thought that because of the dim radiant wheel and Xue Chuqing, the Yin family's father and son were probably not that popular in the earthly sovereign's eyes. While Chen Kuanhua did not know about the existence of the immeasurable heavenly lord and the immortal court, he was still able to deduce some things from what had happened in the world beyond worlds. While it was true that his elder brother had caused trouble, asking to be demoted from the upper exalt to the southern exalt would seem as though he was admitting to his mistakes in the eyes of others. Him going to the southern blazing heaven territory to suppress the development of the Yin father and son, as well as Broad Creed Mountain, was probably exactly what Southern High Peaks Qilin Cliff wanted. Currently, the upper exalt Chen Qianhua was unquestionably the best candidate aside from Immortal Realm experts who could suppress Yin Zhaoga and his father. In this way, there would be a lot of room for maneuvering. If it was done properly, the Emperor of Earth might even support Chen Qianhua, the vanguard official. Of course, for the earthly sovereign, Chen Qianhua might also be a headache. It would be a pity to abandon him out of pity, but he could easily cause trouble. While he was suppressing the Yin father and son, wasn't he also using the Yin father and son to restrain him? From the perspective of the upper echelon's control and checks and balances, this might be the best choice right now. With Chen Qianhua taking the lead, the earthly sovereign would not directly fall out with the sword sovereign, as the world beyond worlds would be able to maintain a relatively stable situation. With the support of the earthly sovereign, Chen Qianhua's pressure on the sword sovereign was greatly reduced. Big brother. Countless thoughts flashed through Chen Kuanhua's mind as he looked at his elder brother in shock. Was it a coincidence? Acting willfully and recklessly according to his mood might very well create the most advantageous situation? Of course, the precondition was that Chen Qianhua definitely wanted to make things difficult for Yin Zhaoga and his father. In fact, there was no such motive. Is there really no other motive? Chen Kuanhua muttered inwardly. His elder brother's train of thought was like a heavenly steed soaring into the sky. No one dared to say that they could really grasp it clearly. Relatively speaking, Chen Kuanhua was probably the one who understood Chen Qianhua the most. Now, however, he was really a little uncertain. What's wrong? Chen Qianhua looked at his younger brother through the corner of his eye as usual. Chen Kuanhua sighed. Was his elder brother just doing it for his own pleasure? Or had he predicted the various possibilities in the future? After all, Chen Kuanhua's idea was more ideal and the most advantageous situation. However, with Chen Qianhua's personality of doing whatever he wanted, how many changes could he cause? Could such an ideal and advantageous result be achieved? Chen Kuanhua was a little unconfident. If you have such thoughts, big brother, don't be in a rush to head to the south. I will first visit the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors as well as the other exalts, informing them of this. Chen Kuanhua inhaled deeply as he said. Of course, it would definitely not be convenient for him to go to Ingenious Flying Peak now. He did not want to be surrounded and attacked by others. Chen Qianhua waved his hand casually. Up to you. Still, I have no time to wait for you. I have to go to the southern Blazing Heaven territory first. Big brother. Chen Kuanhua smiled bitterly, fearing precisely such a situation. He was still about to persuade him further when guests arrived outside. One was an old man, one was a youth. Chen Kuanhua recognized both of them. The old man was one of the 10 exalts alongside his elder brother, the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengqing, who was much older than him. At the same time, he was publicly acknowledged as the number 2 martial saint of the world beyond worlds aside from Chen Qianhua. The other was a cold-looking black-clothed youth. This was not a human exalt, as he was a martial practitioner of the 9th level of the martial saint realm. Still, he might be the most unique 9th level martial saint of the world beyond worlds right now. Some busybodies had recommended him as the number 3 figure beneath the immortal realm in the world beyond worlds despite having yet to become an human exalt. Northern High Peak's Jade Capital Crag's lineage, the Sword Sovereign's final disciple, the shocking god sword Nie Jingshan. The 2 of them had come together over the matter of Chen Qianhua's attack on Ingenious Flying Peak's Red Lotus Cliff earlier. The concealed sovereign was in secluded cultivation and had no disciples. The Sword Sovereign and the Earthly Sovereign were currently not in the world beyond worlds. Still, as their respective descendants, Nie Jingshan and Wang Zhengqing naturally had to ask about this matter. Still, before they could speak, Chen Qianhua looked at his younger brother. All right, there is no need for you to make a trip here. Just tell them directly here. I will be leaving first. Nie Jingshan was expressionless while Wang Zhengqing raised his brows slightly. The matter of Ingenious Flying Peak has yet to be clarified. Upper Chen, please wait. What do you want your younger brother to tell us? Is it related to Ingenious Flying Peak? Elder Wang, fellow Taoist, yeah, it's like this. Chen Kuanhua considered his words as he said. My brother entered the 9 underworlds by mistake and clashed with the Brocade Emperor there, before returning to the world beyond worlds. In a moment of rashness, he attacked Ingenious Flying Peak. After calming down afterwards, my brother also felt regret. Therefore, he is willing to become the Southern Exalt on his own accord as an apology to the world. Wang Zhengqing was slightly taken aback as many thoughts instantly flashed through his mind. Fellow Taoist Chen wishes to become the Southern Exalt? The position of the Southern Exalt is empty anyway. Chen Qianhua said nonchalantly. Even if I am not free, I am willing to exchange the title of Upper Exalt for it. Wang Zhengqing pondered. In that case, Nie Jingshan suddenly said, fellow Taoist Chen, you should keep the title of Upper Exalt for yourself. Oh. Chen Qianhua, Wang Zhengqing and Chen Kuanhua simultaneously gazed over. Chapter 1124. This day was destined to be a turbulent one. On the same day that Chen Qianhua broke through the Red Lotus Cliff, another great battle broke out on Kunlun Mountain. Similar to the previous incident where the Red Lotus Cliff was breached, the news of this battle was also not widely spread under the control of someone with ulterior motives. However, a small number of people in the know felt that it was absurd. The 2 exalted martial saints engaged in a great battle for the vacant position of the Southern Exalt. One of them was actually the Upper Exalt Chen Qianhua. That's right, he was going to give up his original position as the Upper Exalt to contest for the position of the Southern Exalt. This was something that made people not know whether to laugh or cry, but it really happened. What was even more dramatic was that Chen Qianhua did not succeed. The previously vacant position of the Southern Exalt had suddenly gained a new competitor. As soon as he learned of Chen Qianhua's wish, the god-petrifying sword, Nie Jingxian stepped into the supremacy realm on the spot. It was rumored that the entire process was completed in one go, and it was as natural as breathing, without the slightest obstruction. It was as if he had been waiting for this moment. Normally speaking, a newly advanced supremacy would fill in any Jie Nie Jingxian's breakthrough would naturally fill the vacant position of the Southern Exalt. However, Chen Qianhua's desire to descend from the top to the south was extremely strong. In the end, the two of them had engaged in a great battle for the position of the Southern Exalt. This might be the greatest battle between martial saints that the world beyond worlds had seen in the past 1,000 years. Both sides fought their way into the infinite space outside of the world beyond worlds. The intensity of the battle even comparable to that between true immortals and emperors. During the battle, the Sunluo Emperor, who had previously helped the Red Lotus Cliff cleanup, arrived. Upon hearing the news, the Heaven Emperor arrived. Because this matter involved Jade Capital Crag and Broad Creed Mountain, even the female emperor who usually stayed aloof from worldly affairs had arrived. Coupled with the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengcheng, who had arrived at the Qianhua Peak earlier, under their witness, the battle ended in a draw with both sides heavily injured. Chen Qianhua had unexpectedly failed to take down his opponent. Regardless of the thoughts of the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengcheng, even with the support of the Heaven Emperor, he could only maintain his silence in the face of the dissatisfaction of the female empress and the encompassing emperor. Therefore, Chen Qianhua was unable to take control of the south, leaving the position of the Upper Exalt unchanged as his intention of demoting himself fell through. Meanwhile, the new Southern Exalt who had been left vacant for a long time had finally been appointed. Nie Jingxian's sword shocked the world. Having just become a human immortal, he had battled to a draw with the previous strongest martial saint of the world beyond worlds, Chen Qianhua. One had to know that not long ago, Chen Qianhua had withstood the pressure of the Sunluo Emperor to break through the Red Lotus Cliff, proving to the world that he could fight against an immortal realm cultivator with just his body alone. At this moment, Chen Qianhua was helpless against Nie Jingxian, who had just entered the Exalt Martial Saint realm. In terms of age and years of cultivation, Nie Jingxian was slightly younger. This made one's imagination run wild. After learning about how the new Southern Exalt had ascended to the throne, Yen Zhaoge could not help but rub his palms in admiration. Senior apprentice brother Nie truly turned the tides. There were actually still newly ascended 9th-level martial saints of the world beyond worlds, who could sit stably on the position of the Southern Exalt. But because of his position, most of the time, no one would consider him. This person was naturally Nie Jingxian. Still, he was different from Chen Qianhua. Him becoming the Southern Exalt did not affect Broad Creed Mountain's movements in the slightest. He would not be like the Southwestern Exalt by Tao in establishing his own local power. Nie Jingxian's ambition had always been elsewhere. Him occupying the position of the Southern Exalt this time was, to put it bluntly, specifically to bring thunder to Broad Creed Mountain. While others were surprised by Nie Jingxian stepping into the human Exalt realm, Yen Zhaoge was not. This was because he had known from the start that, unlike He Shixing and Li Juanxin, Nie Jingxian could take this step at any time. It was not that he could. It was just that he wanted to. When the Southern Exalt Zhuang Shen had perished, Nie Jingxian had been able to fill in. It was just that he had not been interested in it. Secondly, he had come to Broad Creed Mountain's opening ceremony to boost its reputation, not because the Northern High Peak's Jade Capital Crag lineage wanted the position of an Exalt. Therefore, Nie Jingxian had chosen not to take that step. He had not advanced then, and he had not advanced in the following days as well. Nie Jingxian had essentially been suppressing himself at the 9th level of the Martial Saint realm. If nothing unexpected happened, he had been preparing to wait a few more days, when the aftershocks of Broad Creed Mountain's opening ceremony had died down. Still, he would not reveal this news to too many people, as he did not intend to succeed the position of the Southern Exalt. Nie Jingxian had the same thoughts as some others. That position was left for the nameless Yen Zhaoge and Yen Di, waiting for the day when they truly became the Southern Exalt. It was only this time that he had acutely sensed that Chen Qianhua intended to harm Broad Creed Mountain's lineage in his ascension to the position of the Southern Exalt. Therefore, he had released his restrictions and ascended, blocking Chen Qianhua's footsteps outside the south. I also knew that the shocking god sword was peerless in the past. Never would I have thought that it would actually be sharp to such an extent. The northeastern exalt Lu Jinggu sighed emotionally as well, feeling like the waves behind were always ahead of the old. Yin Zhaoge had brought Meng Wan back to the world beyond worlds this time, landing in the northeastern sky heaven territory. While those who knew about the battle between Red Lotus Cliff and Qianhua Peak were limited, Lu Jinggu, who was an exalt of 10 territories, had naturally received news of it. Yin Zhaoge had learnt many details from him. For example, while Chen Qianhua possessed the immortal artifact, the Heavenly Heart Ruler, he had never intended to use it. Also, Jade Capital Crag's side was not completely unprepared. After learning that Nie Jingshan and Chen Qianhua had begun fighting, Wang Pu had immediately dispatched the leakless immortal artifact that the Sword Sovereign had left behind to guard Jade Capital Crag. It was just that in the end, both sides had only clashed with their own strength, as neither had used their immortal artifacts. Yin Zhaoge said emotionally as he listened to Lu Jinggu. I had never thought that senior apprentice brother Nie actually possessed the legendary earlier heaven nascent form. Earlier heaven was eternal, never falling to later heaven. It was one of the most peak physiques in history. Under certain circumstances, the word one of could even be omitted. It was no wonder that he had been able to cause the Sword Sovereign's sword to tremble when he had still been a young child. Also, he had possessed the opportunity at the beginning of Primordial. Therefore, he had been immune to the origin heavenly scriptures deductions and probing to a certain extent. The former heavenly young master, the current upper exalt Chen Qianhua, had always been the #1 expert of whichever cultivation level he had ascended to ever since he had started cultivating. There had never been an exception. A large part of this was due to the infinite profundities of the origin heavenly scripture, which virtually possess foresight when clashing with others. If martial practitioners of the same cultivation level wanted to challenge Chen Qianhua, they would first have to consider the existence of the origin heavenly scripture. Yin Zhaoge himself possessed the peerless heavenly scripture, as he did not have to consider this problem at all. Still, for those who intended to contend with Chen Qianhua, this was a major issue that they had no choice but to consider. Fortunately, Nie Jingshan did not have to consider this problem. Chapter 11:25. Looking at Lu Jinggu's expression, and thinking about Chen Qianhua's past style, Yin Zhaoge vaguely guessed something. Chen Qianhua having trampled on Red Lotus Cliff was no small matter. It was undoubtedly up to the Brocade Emperor himself to decide how to deal with this. It was just that the Brocade Emperor was currently not here. Right, both of them were not here. Still, as this matter involved the 5 emperors, the 3 sovereigns would definitely have to get involved. With the concealed sovereign currently in secluded cultivation, and the earthly sovereign and sword sovereign not present, it would not be so easy for them to restrict Chen Qianhua. After all, he was actually equivalent to an emperor to a certain extent, as he could not be viewed as a human martial practitioner. Chen Qianhua's talent had always stunned the entire world beyond worlds. It was not an exaggeration to say that if he could push open the door to immortality, the position of the #1 emperor of the world beyond worlds would probably no longer belong to the female emperor Jie Mingkong. Correspondingly, however, if he caused trouble, it would cause even greater disturbances. Therefore, the higher echelon experts of the world beyond worlds were rather conflicted about this super thorn. In consideration of controlling the situation, they had to either get rid of him before he was truly too big to be taken care of, or find a reliable way to rein him. It was just that they had not been able to find a suitable rein before this. Actually, many people felt that Nie Jingshan was a candidate worth looking forward to. Kunlun's shocking god dragon and Youth's 8 clans. The two were equally renowned for their profundities. Still, some people felt that there might be a more suitable option now. Yin Zhaoge had also thought of what the earthly young master Chen Qianhua had thought of. For some peak experts of the world beyond worlds, the Yin father and son duo were similarly troublesome figures. Having them and Chen Qianhua restrict each other might be the best choice. Of course, even greater trouble might arise as both sides clashed head-on. This would have to depend on the control and adaptability of the higher echelon figures. No matter what Chen Qianhua thought, his intention to become the Southern Exalt and suppress Yin Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain was equivalent to surrendering in the eyes of the earthly sovereign's lineage at Southern High Peaks Qilin Cliff. Or rather, it was an intention to cooperate. Chen Qianhua did as he pleased and was unpredictable. Now that there was a rare clue that could be grasped, it was actually a joyous matter for others. Of course, whatever the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengqing was thinking, the matter of Red Lotus Cliff had to be resolved first. Lu Zhenggu heaved a sigh and said, "I can't understand Chen Fan at all." Yin Zhaoge did not speak, quietly waiting for him to continue. After the battle with Nie Jingshan, Upper Chen went to Red Lotus Cliff again. Lu Zhenggu said with a strange expression. He went there to apologize. Yin Zhaoge put a hand on his head, opening his mouth, but no sound came out as he was rendered speechless for a while. I always thought that I was thick-skinned enough, but now it seems that I still have a lot of integrity. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Lu Zhenggu continued. His younger brother, the earthly young master Chen Kuanhua, went with him. He did not hide from anyone, and openly paid a visit to the mountain. In front of His Majesty the Encompassing Emperor, His Majesty the Heaven Emperor, Her Majesty the Female Empress and fellow Taoist Qilin Cliff King, he prepared lavish gifts, and paid a visit to ask for forgiveness. He was even willing to be pierced by the blade. The so-called knife-piercing punishment was specially used to pay a visit to apologize for a crime. If one did not circulate their energy to resist, they would be like mortals. One knife pierced through two holes. If the vital parts were not avoided, life and death would be up to the heavens. Chen Qianhua had suffered the same number of injuries and deaths as the number of Red Lotus Cliff's disciples. In the end, he was severely injured and on the verge of death. He was carried down the mountain by his younger brother Chen Kuanhua. He had fused the primordial later Heaven's 6 scriptures into one and cultivated the foundation of the world. His defense and recovery abilities were shockingly strong. Still, he was virtually like a mortal when he was injured. His qi and blood were lost as it would be extremely difficult for him to recover afterwards. This was actually not the main point. What was truly inconceivable to those in the know was that Chen Qianhua had actually submitted just like that. Martial practitioners were mostly domineering. Experts of Chen Qianhua's cultivation base would not easily lower their heads to others. Even if they were truly in the wrong, most people would still choose to stubbornly resist to the end. It could be said that they would not repent even in death. It could also be said that they firmly believed that they were right all along. Even if they did not have a reason, they could still find a reason. At most, it would just be a contest of whose fist was harder. As the saying went, killing was but nodding one's head to the ground. Even if one lost, one definitely could not lose in spirit. Whether or not this view was correct, it was indeed a view shared by most martial practitioners. Therefore, Chen Qianhua's actions appeared very different. This was especially because he did not fear the Brocade Emperor in terms of strength, let alone the fact that the Brocade Emperor was currently not in the world beyond worlds. Even if he was, he would just have to fight it out again at most. Still, the final result left everyone speechless. As most people saw it, Chen Qianhua had truly started anticlimactic this time. The great battle with the Encompassing Emperor had proven his status as the nameless Great Emperor, causing his reputation to be unparalleled. However, being forced to a draw by Nie Jingshan, who had just entered the exalted martial saint realm, was equivalent to establishing Nie Jingshan's name. Now he went from being arrogant to being respectful, and went to the Red Lotus Cliff to apologize for his mistake. He was even willing to be pierced by a knife. He had lost all face. It was like rushing up to give someone a slap in the face, and then immediately kneeling down and slapping yourself in the face. Lu Zhenggu shook his head in disbelief. Chen Kuanhua once said that Upper Chen had previously attacked Red Lotus Cliff because he had clashed with the Brocade Emperor in the 9 underworlds back then. That was why he had been so enraged that he took it out on those of the Brocade Emperor's lineage. Thinking back on it afterwards, he felt that he should not have done so. Therefore, he sincerely paid a visit to apologize. But as far as this old man knows, Upper Chen doesn't seem to be such a simple gentleman. He looked inquiringly at Yin Zhaoge. You entered the 9 underworlds together with the Brocade Emperor back then. Do you know what exactly happened between them? Because it was too unbelievable. Some people suspected that everyone had wronged Qin Qianhua. Was he actually an open and above-board person who was humble and introspective? It was Upper Chen who stirred up trouble in the 9 underworlds first. He did not go to Red Lotus Cliff to vent his anger. Yin Zhaoge answered straightforwardly. His face twitched as he felt rather pained. This must have been second young Master Chen's idea in private. It was just that eldest young Master Chen did not mind it. That was right. Qin Qianhua most likely did not think much of going there to apologize. Yin Zhaoge had already regained his wits. Having interacted with eldest young Master Chen many times, he had gradually come to understand him a little. If his opponent was him, Yin Zhaoge, Qin Qianhua would definitely not lower his head like this. Still, if it was Red Lotus Cliff, or even the Brocade Emperor, it would be fine. Because that was not something that eldest young Master Chen currently cared about. He would not feel humiliated either. For others, this was an important decision that concerned life and death, honor and disgrace. Yet for Qin Qianhua, it might be as inconsequential as choosing whether to eat noodles or rice for dinner. He might not even care about being pierced by a knife. As compared to this, not being able to be successfully demoted to the Southern Exalt might truly make him feel regretful and frustrated. That was right. Unable to be successfully demoted, Qin Qianhua might really feel regretful and dissatisfied about this. Under the premise that his selfishness would lead to the betrayal of his own kin and cause him to suffer even greater losses, it was not as though the black-clothed Brocade Emperor would not help others. However, this kind of help always had a clear goal. In other words, it was a favor in return, or a transaction. Of course, because he did not consider the emotions of others, the black-clothed Brocade Emperor's judgment might deviate from his own expectations. Although utilitarian and ruthless, it doesn't mean that we can't interact with them. If we know their style of doing things in advance, we can keep a respectful distance from them. Or we can just take what we need. Lu Jinggu said frankly, but from the bottom of my heart, I don't appreciate such a person. Yin Zhaoge forced a smile. If the black-clothed Brocade Emperor wants to ascend, he would have to kill his 2 daughters. Oh, Lu Jinggu raised his brows slightly. Fellow Taoist Wang of Qilin Cliff did not mention this. Still, thinking about it, if the Brocade Emperor were to walk the unfeeling path, he would indeed have to take this step. This Northeastern Exalt's white brows twitched. This old man does not support such fratricide. It is just that this matter involves someone else achieving the Tao. As an outsider, it is not good for this old man to say anything. Obstructing one's path was equivalent to killing one's parents. This was one of the greatest enmities in this world. Yin Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples, sighing to himself. Amongst the higher echelon experts of the world beyond worlds, who had no conflict of interest with the Brocade Emperor, Lu Jinggu's view was very representative, as it was the view of most of them. The black-clothed and white-clothed experts did not support either of them, as they quietly watched the situation unfold, letting them resolve it themselves. Apart from that, if there was a clear inclination, there might instead be more who supported the black-clothed Brocade Emperor. After taking his leave of the Northeastern Exalt, Yin Zhaoge brought Meng Wan along in leaving the Northeastern Sky Heaven territory, heading towards the south via the Central June Heaven territory. Along the way, Meng Wan's emotions were still normal. Does this mean that it would be very easy for the Upper Exalt to find me? It is not just Upper Chen. It would similarly be very easy for your father to find you. While he is not proficient in the Tao of divination, the gap between your cultivation bases is just too great. Yin Zhaoge shook his head. If you want to go to the southeast to find Tang Yonghao and the newly established Sacred Sun clan, I'm afraid that won't be possible. He swiveled his head to look at Meng Wan. I suggest that you accompany me to the south. My father's grand simplicity splendor cloud will protect you there. Fu Ting is already there. One is protection, two is protection. Still, it might be a little awkward for you to see Miss Fu this way. That day would have to come eventually, Meng Wan sighed. Yan Zhaoge said. Also, your movements will be restricted from now on, as you will not be able to walk around as you please. I wonder if you mind. Meng Wan was not concerned about this. My life is more important. How could I mind? It is just that I have caused you trouble. That is fine. Yan Zhaoge shook his head. It was just that this way, Yan Di would not be able to be so high profile in his movements. Otherwise, others would be able to easily find Fu Ting and Meng Wan by following his tracks. Still, Yan Zhaoge had already decided to protect the two of them. From another perspective, it was not like he would not have gained anything at all. When he had returned to the southern Blazing Heaven territory and met Yan Di's first words had been, "You will not have to worry about finding martial arts of the grand clear direct lineage in the near future. While Fu Ting is a woman, she is also open and aboveboard. I believe that she would not just take advantage of others." Yan Zhaoge was not surprised. With Yan Di protecting Fu Ting with the grand simplicity splendor cloud, Fu Ting would naturally be able to comprehend the concepts within, while it would be extremely difficult for her to comprehend the profundities of the Tai fist like Yan Zhaoge had. As the most orthodox martial practitioner of the grand clear direct lineage, who possessed the grand cosmos four manifestations aside from Tai, her talent and comprehension abilities were similarly shocking. Fu Ting would naturally have gained something. Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di's protection aside, just comprehending the principles of Tai alone was enough for Fu Ting to be unmoved. Without the Brocade Emperor's consent, Fu Ting had still decisively taken the initiative to exchange martial arts with Broad Creed Mountain. Of the Grand Clear Cosmos 5 manifestations, Ingenious Flying Peak's lineage only lacked the Tai fist. Now that there was a chance to obtain it, she would naturally strive for it no matter what price she had to pay. Even the same Brocade Emperor would have come to the same conclusion before he had suffered cultivation deviation. I have already received a favor from your sect this time. Now I also ask for the Tai fist. I hope that fellow Taoist Yan and his son will not take offense. Seeing Yan Zhaoge, Fu Ting said apologetically, "The Tai fist is just too important to my ingenious flying peak." Yan Zhaoge waved his hands. "My sect has also gained something. It is just an exchange of martial arts. There is no need to take it to heart, Miss Fu." He paused for a moment before continuing. "Your father, right? I am referring to the white-clothed one. I too hope that this Brocade Emperor will be able to emerge victorious." Chapter 1127. Fu Ting is endlessly grateful for fellow Taoist Yan's thoughts and assistance. Fu Ting said, frowning slightly, "It is just that others in the world beyond worlds might not think the same." She had clearly considered the fact that the other peak experts of the world beyond worlds might not support the white-clothed Brocade Emperor. From a development perspective, the benefits of befriending the black-clothed Brocade Emperor were clearly greater. After all, he was a potential sovereign. Meanwhile, even the white-clothed Brocade Emperor himself probably had no idea where he would be heading in the future. Although a great emperor's favor was precious, it paled in comparison to a martial emperor's favor. Most people will choose to watch from the sidelines, Yan Zhaoge shrugged. Those who will come looking for trouble will probably be those who already have conflicts with them. Of course, Qin Qianhua does not count. He looked at Meng Wan beside him. "Oh, you two chat. I will go out and have a chat with my father." Fu Ting and Meng Wan looked at each other, their gazes complicated to the extreme. Still, Yan Zhaoge was not worried that one of them would make things difficult for the other, as they were both calm and rational people. Perhaps silence was the most likely scenario. Such a day would eventually come. Under such circumstances, it would not be good for Yan Zhaoge to ask about it. With only the two of them facing each other, without a third person present, it might instead be more beneficial for these two sisters of different mothers to interact. The grand simplicity splendor cloud bloomed like a lotus flower, as Yan Zhaoge leapt out from within, landing before Yan Di. From how the Brocade Emperor attacked me in the 9 underworlds. My earlier guess was correct, Yin Zhaoge said as he looked at Yin Di. He has switched to the unfeeling Dao. Looking at Yin Di, Yin Zhaoge said, having switched to the unfeeling Dao, wanting to advance further, he would need to refine your grand simplicity splendor cloud. Yin Zhaoge had intended to harm Yin Zhaoge in the 9 underworlds because he wanted to cut off Yin Di's wings and clear the obstacles to his plan. He will come looking for trouble whether I protect his daughter or not. Yin Di's expression did not change, as he just nodded calmly upon hearing this. Yin Zhaoge said, now that the black-clothed and white-clothed Brocade Emperors are restraining each other, they will be able to buy us some time. The best outcome would naturally be for the white-clothed Brocade Emperor to emerge victorious. Still, with their whereabouts unknown, there is not much we can do about it. We can only wait and see. Instead, we need to be wary of others besides the black-clothed Brocade Emperor, who might try to harm Fu Ting and Meng Wan. Yin Zhaoge told Yin Di about his encounters in the 9 underworlds this time, as well as his subsequent travels in the roving Jade Heavens. I'll have to find time to make a trip to the roving Jade Heavens after I finish what I have to do. Yin Di's expression was rather forlorn. He looked at Yin Zhaoge and said, we can ask about junior apprentice niece Feng after the concealed sovereign emerges from seclusion, or senior apprentice brother Yu returns. They might be able to provide us with more information regarding the exalted Rahu luminary that year, which would help us in our search for junior apprentice niece Feng. Yin Zhaoge nodded silently. Actually, there was a ready candidate in the world beyond worlds right now. The Earth Exalt Wang Zhengsheng was someone who had personally interacted with the exalted Rahu luminary in the past. However, this old man was obviously not on good terms with them. Coming over to inquire about information was tantamount to asking a tiger for its skin. After returning to the world beyond worlds, the encompassing emperor must have already communicated with Wang Zhengqing about the situation. There was no need for Yin Zhaoge to inform him about it. Comparatively speaking, rather than hoping for Wang Zhengqing's help, Yin Zhaoge might as well patiently wait for the concealed sovereign to emerge from seclusion, or the sword sovereign to return from extra-dimensional space. Of course, he could only do his best with this common sense. Feng Yinxing would have to depend more on herself. Others would not be able to help her even if they wanted to. Yin Zhaoge was well aware of this. Still, he was unwilling to think too much about it, as he could only try to find a way for himself. Right. What do you think about the Grand Longevity Banner? Yin Di suddenly asked. Yin Zhaoge pondered for a moment before saying, according to Qin Xianhua, he obtained this treasure from someone else. He did not personally seize it from my mother's lineage. While this person is very preposterous, I am inclined to believe his words. It is just a pity that Qin Xianhua is currently in hiding. There is no way of knowing from whom he obtained the Grand Longevity Banner from. Still, Yin Zhaoge's gaze flickered. There are only a few people who are most likely to have done it. Yin Di said slowly, the Eastern Exalt, the Western Exalt, the Northwestern Exalt, and the Earth Exalt. The Eastern Vast Heaven Territory, the Western Turtle Heaven Territory, the Northwestern Dim Heaven Territory, and the Central June Heaven Territory. These were the 4 regions where the descendants of the Bright Connection Emperor, Hu Yuexin's lineage, were wanted. Let's keep an eye on them. I wonder where Mother is now. Yin Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples. Still, no matter what, the Grand Longevity Banner has been retrieved at the end of the day. Mother will definitely be very happy when she learns of this. Yin Di let out a rare sigh, feeling a little short of heroism. Father and son exchanged glances, both feeling rather helpless. They could shamelessly boast that the men of their Yin family were all heroes. Still, the wives of the Yin family were all troublesome as well. Following the conclusion of the battle between Nie Jingxin and Qin Qianhua, with Qin Qianhua personally going to Red Lotus Cliff to apologize, the storm that had previously rocked the world beyond worlds finally calmed down. Yin Zhaoge remained in the south for a period of time. After taking his leave of Yin Di and the others, he immediately returned to the Central June Heaven Territory. He still had something important to do along the way, which was to pay a visit to the newly appointed Southern Exalt, Nie Jingxin. Senior apprentice brother Nya, many thanks for your assistance this time, Yin Zhaoge said emotionally. Nya Jingshan did not establish a lineage, nor did he make a big show of it. He entered the south alone, casually finding a place to stay in the region of Thousand Lakes, where the northernmost border of the southern Blazing Heaven territory intersected with the central June Heaven territory. Such a straightforward action caused all those in the know to have the urge to roll their eyes. Those who knew would know that Nya Jingshan was the southern exalt. Those who did not know might even think that he was guarding the northern gate of the southern Blazing Heaven territory. While the cultivation environment of the southern Blazing Heaven territory was naturally far inferior to that of Kunlun Mountain, there were still peak-blessed lands that were not inferior to those of the central June Heaven territory. Phoenix Ritual Mountain, where Wudong Slope had been located, had been a famed sacred ground that was abundant in spiritual qi. However, Nya Jingshan didn't choose a place like this. He didn't have any followers or disciples. In the Great Lake of Thousand Lakes, he built a hut and lived on a small island in the middle of a lake. He cultivated alone in this straw hut. He had never asked about the matters of the southern Blazing Heaven territory. He was clearly leaving all the space for Yin Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain. This became a major phenomenon of the world beyond worlds, as it was unprecedented. This might be the most simple Dao arena of the Southern Exalt in the history of the world beyond worlds. It was simple to the point of being exaggerated. Nya Jingshan might also be the Southern Exalt with the weakest strength and influence in history. Still, he might also be the Southern Exalt with the greatest cultivation base in history. Senior apprentice brother Nya, everyone in my Broad Creed Mountain knows of your hospitality. You really need not remain in the region of Thousand Lakes. Yin Zhaoge advised. The spiritual qi environment here is much worse than that of Kunlun Mountain. It is not beneficial for your cultivation. Nya Jingshan no longer had the cold, stern look that he had had when facing Chen Qianhua and the others, as he instead smiled. It is fine. Chapter 1128. While Yin Zhaoge was grateful towards Nya Jingshan, he also urged him to choose another blessed land with a better environment to reside in. It's fine. My ambition is not here in the first place. Nya Jingshan consoled Yin Zhaoge. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge stopped trying to persuade him. Suddenly he recalled something and reminded. Right, senior apprentice brother Nya. Although Chen Qianhua is currently recuperating in seclusion due to his injuries, you still have to be careful. He might come looking for trouble with you. Let him come, Nya Jingshan said indifferently. To be honest, if I were to fight him now, I have a 50-50 chance of winning. I don't have enough chance of winning. However, such an opponent is more beneficial for me to hone my sword principle. No, senior brother Nya, you misunderstand. Yin Zhaoge grinned. What I mean isn't that Chen Qianhua will come to take revenge on you. Instead, he'll find trouble with you and reap his absurd pleasure. Chen Qianhua possessed the Yuan heavenly scripture and was quite accomplished in it. This allowed him to see the past and future of most people in the world with a single glance. Of course, he could not passively receive information and be omniscient and omnipotent. Instead, he needed to determine the target before he could investigate and deduce. But as long as he was willing, those whose cultivation levels were lower than his, or those who were at the same level as him, had few secrets to speak of. Under such circumstances, the existence of a few exceptions naturally attracted Chen Qianhua's attention. Yin Zhaoge did not mention it. As for Yin Di, because he was protected by the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud, the Origin Heavenly Scripture was unable to deduce anything. And now there was one more person, Nya Jingshan, who had the innate nascent form. Nya Jingshan had spoiled Chen Qianhua's plans to become the Southern Exalt, causing Chen Qianhua to feel dissatisfied. But to say that he was only thinking about taking revenge on Nya Jingshan was not necessarily true. On the contrary, it was because Nya Jingshan had the innate nascent embryo that Chen Qianhua couldn't see through, which made it easier for Chen Qianhua to be interested. If this was someone unrelated to him, Yin Zhaoge would of course be happy to shift the blame onto him. However, Nya Jingshan was one of his own, so he had to specially remind him. That is to say, he will start from other aspects, and not seek revenge through a martial arts competition? Nie Jingshan understood. Yan Zhaoge nodded. Chen Qianhua likes to fight with others and enjoys boundless joy. Of course, this refers to those whom he is interested in. However, while he likes to fight, he doesn't like fighting. Although his personal strength is outstanding, fighting with others is just a way for him to have fun. He doesn't like fighting. The slightest spark could ignite 2 huge barrels of gunpowder. It was only the Yin father and son duo, who possessed special statuses, who could avoid major trouble by visiting the roving Jade Heavens. After speaking with Nie Jingshan, Yan Zhaoge officially left the southern Blazing Heaven territory, arriving in the central June Heaven territory. He did not immediately return to Kunlun Mountain, as he instead headed east, arriving at the connected Cloud Mountain Range, in the eastern region of the central June Heaven territory. Wind Thunder Manor was located there. Seeing Yan Zhaoge arrive, the Manor Lord of Wind Thunder Manor, Heng Xianda, personally came out to welcome him. After welcoming Yan Zhaoge into the manor, Heng Xianda immediately said, "Mr. Yan, as you wished, the news has already been spread. The central June Heaven territory already knows of the name of the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion. The other 8 territories have also received news of it." The Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion was the name that Yan Zhaoge had decided on. He had already informed Wind Thunder Manor about it earlier, allowing them to promote it through their own channels. The location had long since been decided on as well, with construction already nearing completion now. Of course, the location would not be the connected Cloud Mountain Range. It would really be too cramped if it was next to Wind Thunder Manor. "Thank you, Manor Lord Heng." Yan Zhaoge smiled. "There were too many things that I was busy with earlier, thus resulting in some delay. Still, the first batch of various treasures will be available very soon." He knew that Heng Xianda and the other Wind Thunder Manor martial practitioners would definitely be most concerned about that Vajra Thunder. The reason they had been so enthusiastic and diligent was that they hoped to obtain a great amount of Vajra Thunder from Yan Zhaoge. 4 Wind Thunder Manor, who were proficient in artifact forging and did not lack external objects such as weapons, but were gradually reaching a bottleneck in their martial cultivation. This was what they had been eagerly anticipating. "Mr. Yan, feel free to do as you please. This old man will definitely do his best in the early stages." Heng Xianda was grinning from ear to ear as he said, "It is just that I wonder if Mr. Yan has any specific plans for when you will officially reveal your name?" Yan Zhaoge calculated silently for a moment before answering. "At least half a year, at most a year." "Oh, Mr. Yan, this is a little," Heng Xianda said tactfully. "If too much time passes, people might not pay as much attention to it as they do now." Yan Zhaoge smiled. "It is fine. According to the situation that you have introduced, the attention of the world has yet to reach its peak. It can still continue to rise. Of course, old Manor Lord's worries are not without reason. This Yan has his own plans." Chapter 1129. After leaving Wind Thunder Manor, Yan Zhaoge immediately headed for Kunlun Mountain. He first made a trip to the concealed sovereign's cave dwelling, the restful Immortal Valley. There was no surprise at all. The concealed sovereign was still in seclusion, in the roving Jade Heavens. Yan Zhaoge could only keep what he had obtained from Chu Lily for now. After leaving the restful Immortal Valley, Yan Zhaoge immediately headed for the northern high peak's Jade Capital Crag. Upon arriving, he greeted Wang Pu and the others. Ever since Qiu Jiahai had received Yan Zhaoge's request, he had been preparing for the matters of the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion, as he was currently not on the mountain. Xiao Ai also went with him. That was right. Xiao Ai was the person whom Yan Zhaoge had placed in charge of the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion on the surface. While she would be infatuated and miserly from time to time, always acting like a little maidservant in front of Yan Zhaoge. Having traveled extensively with Xue Chuqing in the past, she had gained much experience, as she possessed the ability to hold her own. Perhaps he was still a little immature, but he had the potential to be nurtured. In addition, Qiu Jiahai was watching from the side, so there shouldn't be any problems. As for whether she would give a discount to any customer that she saw as handsome after the official opening, Yin Zhaoge would just turn a blind eye to it. As long as I don't fall for his honey trap and get knocked down by a sugar-coated bullet, Yin Zhaoge thought rather unscrupulously. For Xiao Ai, who had always been a money grubber, taking care of such a treasure house was the best job of all. Even if she didn't own the goods, she was still overflowing with happiness. Still this way, she would not be able to follow by Yin Zhaoge's side and serve him at all times, losing her role as a maidservant. As a result, Xiao Ai had been rather reluctant to accept this mission. She had yet to adapt to the change from a maid to a supervisor. Most of the things you said you needed to collect have already been prepared and sent to the Dragon Butterfly Valley. Wang Pu said, there are a few items that are in short supply. We'll send them over as soon as we can replenish them. Yin Zhaoge clapped lightly. It couldn't be any better. Thank you, Senior Apprentice Brother Wang. He also told Wang Pu and the others about what he had encountered on this trip, only picking the parts that were convenient for them to share. We should pay close attention to the Brocade Emperor's situation. Wang Pu's view on the struggle between the black and white Brocade Emperors had originally been similar to Lu Jinggu's. After communicating with Yin Zhaoge, he too had changed his opinion to support the white-clothed Brocade Emperor. Still, the whereabouts of the black and white Brocade Emperors were currently unknown. Even if they had the strength to do so, they could only wait and see. If your judgment of the temperaments of the black and white Brocade Emperors is correct, there is one thing that you need to be wary of. Wang Pu pondered for a moment before suddenly saying, be careful of the black-clothed Brocade Emperor. He is trying to divert the attention of the white-clothed Brocade Emperor with the 4 Grands earlier heaven flag, before suddenly launching a counterattack. Yin Zhaoge understood what he was thinking. He wanted to guard against the black-clothed Brocade Emperor, suddenly killing his way back to the world beyond worlds after shaking off the white-clothed Brocade Emperor, launching a sneak attack on Fu Ting and the Meng sisters, as well as plotting against Yin Di and obtaining the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud. Senior Brother Wang is right. Yin Zhaoge nodded. I communicated with my father earlier. While the possibility of this is rather low, we indeed have to guard against it. Given the current situation, whether it was the black-clothed Brocade Emperor or the white-clothed Brocade Emperor, if they wanted to continue rising, they would first have to get rid of the other party. This was the foundation of everything. Only after that could they talk about other things. The immortal artifact, the 4 Grands earlier heaven flag, would naturally play a crucial role in the competition between the two. The black-clothed Brocade Emperor abandoning the 4 Grands earlier heaven flag and returning to the world beyond worlds to deal with other matters was undoubtedly taking a risk. Still, considering the pros and cons, it was not impossible. Without the 4 Grands earlier heaven flag, while the black-clothed Brocade Emperor would not be a match for the white-clothed Brocade Emperor, he might not necessarily have to face the latter alone. This competition was not a one-on-one battle, as the final victor would be the victor. If Master returns, the black-clothed Brocade Emperor will not take this risk, Wang Pu said. If he intends to harm Senior Apprentice Uncle Yen, Master will definitely not tolerate him. If he wishes to act against Senior Apprentice Uncle Yen, he must have sufficient confidence that he will be able to advance within a short period of time and become a new sovereign after succeeding. Only then will he have the confidence to resist Master coming to settle the score with him. Otherwise, he will definitely not act lightly. Still, Wang Pu was currently uncertain when the Sword Sovereign would be able to return to the world beyond worlds. If Master does not return, how likely is it that the black-clothed Brocade Emperor will take this risk? Perhaps he can contact others beforehand to help him resist Senior Apprentice Uncle Yu. Yin Zhaoge smiled. If it is just him who has returned to take this risk, his chances of success would be much lower now. Hearing his words, Wang Pu smiled as well. Nie Jingxian stepping into the human exalt stage was completely different from other 9th-level martial saints ascending to the human exalt stage. As a sword cultivator, he was skilled in offense and weak in defense. Against true immortals, he might not actually perform as well as Chen Qianhua. Even so, however, Nie Jingxian was still different from ordinary human immortals. With him having ascended to the human exalt stage, the pressure brought about by the black-clothed brocade emperor would be greatly reduced. Moreover, the sword sovereign had left an immortal artifact in the world beyond worlds. After discussing various other matters with Wang Pu, Yan Zhaoge took his leave and left Northern High Peak, heading for Dragon Butterfly Valley. There, with the help of Wang Pu and the other Jade Capital Crag martial practitioners, many preparations had already been made. Who was waiting there? Seeing Yan Zhaoge arrive, he instantly grinned. "Young master, you are finally back." Troubled times indeed. Yan Zhaoge touched his lips, saying, "Whatever. Things have finally settled down somewhat now. We can start working on our earlier plans." Standing at the center of Dragon Butterfly Valley, feeling the spiritual chi fluctuations here, a smile appearing at the corners of his mouth, he stomped lightly, the entire valley instantly beginning to shake. Numerous runes lit up, extending into the distance as they transformed into a massive spirit formation that enveloped the valley. The next moment, the radiance of the runes gradually dimmed. While it could not be seen from the outside world, numerous marks were left behind on the ground within the valley. Within the valley, the earth veins shook as streams of spiritual chi spurted out from beneath the ground, resembling a surging spring. "Rise." Having already received Yan Zhaoge's instructions earlier, Ahu lifted up one massive cauldron after another, landing it on those springs that were spewing spiritual chi. A total of 9 cauldrons opened their lids in unison, their fires automatically igniting. The surging spiritual chi within the earth veins was directed within, resembling fuel. As the 9 cauldrons circulated simultaneously, complementing the formation, the spiritual chi of the surrounding heavens and earth gradually began circulating, surging towards the valley together. Slight changes shockingly occurred in the spiritual chi flow of Kunlun Mountain, with Dragon Butterfly Valley at its center. "Very good." Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge nodded satisfactorily. "Young master, where do we start?" Ahu asked naively. "Vajra Thunder? That Wind Thunder Manor is quite diligent in their work. Should we give them some benefits first, so that they will be more motivated and put in more effort?" Yan Zhaoge snapped his fingers. "Vajra Thunder comes second. Let us first refine something else. Something that I can use first. I have been waiting for this day for a long time." Chapter 1130. Standing atop the 9 cauldrons in midair above Dragon Butterfly Valley, Yan Zhaoge waved his hand as streams of dense mist circulated. Dense purple chi instantly suffused the entire valley. Still, it was confined within the valley. A massive 3-legged furnace appeared amidst the dense purple chi. It was shockingly the profound sky purple gold furnace. This furnace was a pill furnace. Because it was too miraculous and of such a high level, Yan Zhaoge was currently unable to wield it. Still, he could make use of the miraculous properties of this furnace to complete some of his other plans. The 9 internal crystal furnaces down below took up positions in the shape of 9 palaces, before jointly receiving the streams of purple gold light that surged from the profound sky purple gold furnace. 1 large and 9 small 10 furnaces. 1 large above and 9 small below. Streams of light formed amidst space, vaguely forming an even larger, completely transparent illusory furnace. Yan Zhaoge tapped lightly with his finger, the dense purple chi filling it. The originally transparent illusory furnace turned purple at this moment. Accompanying the dense purple chi were the various materials that Yan Zhaoge had prepared for artifact forging this time. The illusory furnace turned pure purple before a purple gold mist arose. Numerous graceful runes were inscribed amidst space, extending into the surroundings as they gradually formed a formation that enveloped Dragon Butterfly Valley, resonating with the spirit patterns that had been inscribed on the ground earlier. Yan Zhaoge descended from midair, sitting in the meditative position atop the furnace that resembled a mountain. Ahu stood beneath the furnace, arranging the other materials as he turned to look at Yan Zhaoge atop the furnace. The light mist suffused Dragon Butterfly Valley. Yet, it did not dissipate as it instead drew the spiritual chi of the surrounding heavens and earth to gather here. Whether it was artifact forging or pill concoction, They were both work that required a great deal of effort. Patience, meticulousness, and time were required. Yin Zhaoge used all his methods, greatly saving time. Still, some of the most basic consumptions were still indispensable. One did not know the length of time within the mountain. Fully focused on a single task, time would always pass very quickly. Close to a month later, Yin Zhaoge suddenly opened his eyes as he sat atop the furnace, chanting slowly, "Open!" He rose upwards. As he did, the purple furnace began mightily disintegrating. All-encompassing purple chi swept and dispersed into the surroundings, transforming into thick clouds. The 10 furnaces of one large and 9 small appeared where they had been. Meanwhile, streams of purple gold light circulated in mid-air, enveloping some things. That was the result of Yin Zhaoge opening the furnace this time. Having long since received Yin Zhaoge's instructions, knowing that the furnace would be opened today, Ahu rushed over excitedly. He saw that the thing enveloped by the purple gold light were 7 long metal strips that were half-curved to form a certain arc. The surface of every metal strip that was like a crescent moon was inscribed with talisman markings. Every talisman pattern was a talisman formation that contained a unique and profound principle. The array glyphs were linked together in a mysterious manner. There seemed to be a connection between the 7 metal stri. "Young master, what is the use of this thing?" Ahu asked curiously after circling around the 7 long metal rods a few times. Yin Zhaoge extended his hand, lightly waving it towards the 7 long metallic stri. The 7 curved metal strips fell down at the same time and surrounded Ahu in the middle. Then they closed up like a flat and long cage. "Young master, this isn't some kind of punishment, is it?" Ahu couldn't help but shiver when he saw this. Yin Zhaoge teased, "That's right, you haven't been diligent in your cultivation recently. I need to teach you a lesson." Radiance simultaneously appeared on the metal strips, which then formed a mechanism. Ahu, who was in the middle of it, blinked his eyes. He did not sense any danger. Instead, the spiritual qi within the cage had become even denser and more refined. Kunlun Mountain was already the place with the densest and most abundant spiritual qi in the world beyond worlds in the first place. Due to this, martial practitioners with lower cultivation bases would be hard-pressed to adapt to it. While the spiritual qi in Dragon Butterfly Valley was not as dense as places like Northern High Peak, Southern High Peak, and Restful Immortal Valley, it could still be considered high quality. Still, within the mechanism now, Ahu could clearly feel that the spiritual qi here was even purer. Even more miraculous was that even with his merging avatar martial saint cultivation base, he did not feel any discomfort at all. Ahu had never seen or even heard of such an environment in his life, let alone seen such a thing. "Young master, surely this isn't some sort of excessive cultivation technique?" Ahu did not go wild with joy as he instead felt a chill run down his spine. Yin Zhaoge said exasperatedly, "Can't you think of something better?" He flicked a long, curved metal strip. "This technique is known as the 7 Paths Pivotal Mechanism. It is an ancient technique of pre-Great Calamity times, originating from the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace. In the past, the Heavenly Court had been filled with experts. Still, there had still been some casualties. In order to make up for it, they had recruited and selected experts from outside the Heavenly Court to ascend to the 9 heavens. On the other hand, they had groomed themselves internally as well. Aside from abundant supreme martial arts and miraculous pills, the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace also had many wondrous techniques for grooming martial practitioners. It was just that most of these techniques had very harsh requirements. In the post-Great Calamity times, many techniques would already be very hard to find their way into this world. Still, there were still some methods that could be thought of. For example, this 7 Paths Pivotal Mechanism had always been on Yin Zhaoge's mind. Its function was simple. It was to refine and purify spiritual qi, aiding in one's cultivation. Still, its effects were shocking. If the same person were to cultivate in the 7 Paths Pivot apparatus all year round, the effects would be several times stronger than cultivating outside of it. It did not involve comprehending principles, instead just purely accumulating experience and tempering one's body. It could truly be said to yield twice the results with half the effort. Virtually to the greatest extent, It reduced the amount of time spent on some absolutely necessary grinding in the process of cultivation. As the saying went, cultivating for a year is equivalent to others cultivating for several years. This was a situation like this. Young master, your and family head's cultivation speed is already faster than that of ordinary people. Like this, wouldn't it be even faster? Ahu was overjoyed. Yen Zhaoge stroked the half-bent metal rod. I lacked raw materials before. Now that I finally have some material, I naturally have to work on it. The only pity is that the materials are still too scarce, making it hard to mass-produce. He clasped his palm together, the ritual disintegrating into 7 half-bent metal rods that were kept together. Make the best use of time if you can. Yen Zhaoge handed those metal rods to Ahu. I will be forging the second one now. Send this first one south, and hand it over to my father. Ahu hurriedly received it. Yes, young master. I'll be back soon. After watching Ahu leave, Yen Zhaoge sat in the meditative position, closing his eyes and resting. Borrowing the power of the profound sky purple gold furnace was rather taxing on his mind. He could not waste any of the materials he had on hand. If he failed in the forging, it would really be too much of a heartache. After a while, Yen Zhaoge opened his eyes, flying up into the air once more as he opened the furnace to forge an artifact. Gazing over from afar, Dragon Butterfly Valley seemed calm as ever at Kunlun Mountain. Few knew that waves were currently surging from here. Chapter 1131. As Yen Zhaoge secluded himself in Dragon Butterfly Valley forging artifacts, time flew by. In the blink of an eye, nearly a year had passed. During this year, the world beyond worlds was much calmer than before. The most eye-catching thing was that the black and white brocade emperors had returned to the world beyond worlds one after another. It was worth mentioning that in the competition between the black-clothed and white-clothed brocade emperors, the white-clothed brocade emperor seemed to have gained the upper hand, as he had successfully obtained the 4 grands earlier heaven flag. When Ahu had brought this news back to Yen Zhaoge had still been a little taken aback. According to his original predictions, the black-clothed brocade emperor should have been more likely to gain the upper hand in the battle between the black and white brocade emperors, if no external forces had interfered. Did someone else interfere? Yen Zhaoge asked thoughtfully. The black-clothed brocade emperor first returned to the world beyond worlds. After a short stay, he left the world beyond worlds once more, heading towards extra-dimensional space. The white-clothed brocade emperor followed closely behind. After a short pause, he chased after the black-clothed brocade emperor. Still, when the white-clothed brocade emperor returned to the world beyond worlds, Fu Ting and Meng Wan met with him. Fu Ting successfully transferred the Tai fist she obtained from Yen Zhaoge to the white-clothed brocade emperor. At this point, ingenious Flying Peak's lineage had finally gathered all of the 5 grand Cosmos Supreme Arts. The brocade emperor was probably the only one who knew the joy and sorrow he felt. White-clothed brocade emperor did not object to Fu Ting exchanging the grand commencement divine finger, the grand beginning bright emptiness form, and the grand plainness immeasurable body for the Tai fist. The selling price of a product was often not determined by its own value, but also by how much the buyer wanted to buy it. The stronger the demand, the higher the price. Therefore, in this exchange of 3 for 1, while Yen Zhaoge had gained, ingenious Flying Peak had definitely not lost out as well. Especially the white-clothed brocade emperor, who had obtained the Tai fist, his strength would increase. Adding on his immortal artifact, the 4 grands earlier heaven flag, he already possessed an overwhelming advantage in a duel against the black-clothed brocade emperor. However, if an external force were to intervene, the situation would not be clear. Now that the black and white brocade emperors were fleeing and pursuing, heading towards extra-dimensional space once more, Yen Zhaoge and the others in the world beyond worlds could only watch silently. To Yen Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain, there was still something rather important that had happened. It was a good thing. Broad Creed Mountain's current chief, Yen Zhaoge's father Yen Di, had successfully advanced further, attaining the 9th level of the Martial Saint Realm, the late Immortal Bridge stage. Yen Di, who had already been progressing with his cultivation base skyrocketing in the first place, advancing forward with an indomitable will, with the help of the Seven Paths pivotal instrument, he saved even more time, as the increase in his cultivation base was even more shocking. While this news had not spread too widely, it still shocked the higher echelon experts of the world beyond worlds who were in the know. The cultivation base of that immortal bridge martial saint, who had personally buried in Exalt, was currently approaching the human Exalt stage. When he became a supreme being, and achieved the body of a human immortal, what kind of scene would it be? It really made one's imagination run wild. As for Yen Zhaoge himself, other than spending time on artifact forging, he also did not neglect his daily cultivation. With the flipping heavenly scripture in his body, at his current cultivation realm, every word, action, and every move he made was secretly circulating and accumulating. It was as if he was cultivating at all times. The only difference was the efficiency. Refining some treasures, and figuring out the principles within was beneficial to his cultivation. As time passed, the 1-year period that he had previously agreed upon with the Manor Lord of Wind Thunder Manor, Heng Xianda, and the others was fast approaching. During this period of time, besides providing Wind Thunder Manor with some Vajra Thunder, the fruits of Yen Zhaoge's labor in Dragon Butterfly Valley had not been leaked to the outside world. The Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion had already been settled. It was just that it was completely empty inside. Through Wind Thunder Manor's publicity, and the endorsement of those of the Sword Sovereign's lineage, the name of the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion had already spread far and wide, drawing everyone's attention, as it had become the most eye-catching matter in the world beyond worlds apart from the struggle between the Black and White Brocade Emperors. It was just that with the publicity done, it had yet to officially open for business. Doubtful voices inevitably arose. Everyone's patience was being challenged unceasingly. The powers who were familiar with Wind Thunder Manor, and even Northern High Peak's Jade Capital Crag, all began unceasingly sending people to investigate. Old Brother Heng, tell me the truth. In Wind Thunder Manor, a brocade-robed old man sat on a guest seat as he asked Heng Xianda, "Is this Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion just a facade, or is it the real deal?" With Wind Thunder Manor helping the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion to spread the news, if the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion ended up empty-handed, Wind Thunder Manor would also be implicated and turned into a laughingstock. Relax, old brother Zhong. Just wait patiently. There will naturally be definite news soon. Heng Xianda was neither hurried nor slow, as he was composed and composed. While the Vajra Thunder he had obtained from Yen Zhaoge was limited in quantity, it had still given Wind Thunder Manor a great deal of reassurance. Perhaps Yen Zhaoge did not possess the method to refine Vajra Thunder, merely having obtained a small amount of it by chance. Perhaps Yen Zhaoge had grasped the method to refine Vajra Thunder. Still, in order to keep it a secret and prevent Wind Thunder Manor from deciphering it on their own, he had only provided a small amount of Vajra Thunder. Whichever it was already sufficient to calm the anxiety of Heng Xianda and the others for now. Brother Zhong, we've been friends for generations. We're old friends. Heng Xianda said mysteriously. Don't say that this old man did not warn you. If you want to do something, you should make preparations beforehand. According to what this old man knows, the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion may be selling Spirit Divinity Heavenly Brew. Hearing his words, the brocade-robed old man surnamed Zhong's gaze involuntarily focused as he sat up straight. Spirit Divinity Heavenly Brew? The legendary fine wine that the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace used to entertain guests before the Great Calamity? That's right, it's the Divine Ghost Heavenly Brew. Heng Xianda said. There are many fine wines in the Heavenly Court. Although the Ghost God Heavenly Brew is one of the more inferior ones, it is still a rare treasure in the mortal realm. Old Man Zhong deeply agreed. To the sect that he led, it was even more precious. The Ghost Divinity Heavenly Brew could greatly increase one's strength after drinking it. It was effective even for leakless true immortals, and the effects were even more obvious for mortals. The martial art that Old Man Zhong cultivated was one that focused on vital qi. It was a path that focused on great strength and great vigor. To Old Man Zhong and his disciples, the Spirit Divinity Heavenly Brew was a great opportunity that far surpassed all the other treasures. Old man Zhong pointed at Heng Xianda and said helplessly, "Old brother Heng, you are really sparing no effort to help the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion." Heng Xianda chuckled and said, "You can choose not to believe this old man. However, if someone beats you to it, don't blame this old man for not warning you. It is said that the spirit god Heavenly Brew is limited. In that case, I really need to go back and make some preparations." Old man Zhong's expression turned solemn. "If the news is true and I manage to gain something in the end, I will definitely give you a gift of thanks." Heng Xianda smiled and nodded. "You are too polite, old brother Zhong. This old man is also happy that you have gained something." This was not the first time something like this had happened. It was not just the spirit divinity Heavenly Brew. Of course, not all formations could be stored. At the same time, its greatest flaw was that it was a one-time use treasure. Still, there was no need to elaborate on its preciousness. It was to be expected that the Luo family would value it so much. On one hand, not every one of the Luo family's descendants could immediately set up a grand formation to face an enemy within a short period of time. This treasure was beneficial to them. On the other hand, if it was obtained by others, or even enemies of the Luo family, it would definitely greatly reduce the Luo family's advantage in formations. Sailing against the current, one would either advance or fall behind. If they were to remain where they were while their opponents improved, it would be equivalent to them regressing. The Luo family was naturally anxious. Those who had received the news were completely stirred up as well, while there was no sign of the item yet, causing them to inevitably feel apprehensive. Being able to pre-order it was definitely not a bad thing. The same principle applied to the spirit divinity Heavenly Brew and the heaven-fleeing 7 rotation talisman. Moreover, just before the 1-year deadline, the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion had once again spread news that they would be selling internal crystal furnaces in large quantities. Thus, everyone became even more frenzied. While those without materials would ultimately be unable to forge artifacts without rice, those with sufficient materials would be able to greatly increase their artifact forging speed with internal crystal furnaces, allowing them to obtain the weapons they wanted much earlier than expected. It was still that same saying, for any sect that was ambitious, what would they do if they did not want it, but their opponents did? For a time, the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion, that had yet to truly open for business, was as crowded as a marketplace, as its doors was virtually trampled through by the crowd. Still, the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion announced to the outside world that it was temporarily not accepting pre-orders due to limited quantities. Whether it was the first half or the second half, everyone felt conflicted. Comparatively speaking, what made people feel slightly better was that the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion had said that when it officially opened for business, it would not be to the highest bidder, but to the first come, first served. At the same time, that temporarily not accepting pre-orders also left room for imagination. "Young master, why is it not to the highest bidder?" Xiao Ai asked curiously. As the official opening approached, Yan Zhaoge had already left Dragon Butterfly Valley and arrived at the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion in Yuanzhou City. "This is just the foreplay." Yan Zhaoge crossed his legs, sitting leisurely on a chair. "The item that the highest bidder will be competing for will be at the back." Chapter 1133. Whether it was the spirit divinity Heavenly Brew, the heaven-fleeing 7 rotation talisman, the internal crystal furnace, or the impending rain plate, they were all rather powerful treasures. While Yan Zhaoge himself might not be able to use it, his fellow disciples of Broad Creed Mountain, as well as powers on friendly terms with Jade Capital Crag and Golden Court Mountain, would definitely be able to use it if their cultivation bases were still low. While Yan Zhaoge had also set aside a portion for his own use, selling them like this would more or less erase some of his clan's advantages. Through these things, a great amount of other treasures could be exchanged for. On the whole, the advantages outweighed the disadvantages. More importantly, He was relying on this to form a kind of influence, one that he couldn't leave, couldn't let go, and was constantly captivated by it. It was an influence that he would approach on his own accord. As for the right to the highest bidder, that is another matter altogether, Yin Zhaoge shrugged. It is indispensable, but it cannot be excessive. Spending money would make one stronger. These words were a little unpleasant to the ears, but one had to admit that they were often the truth. Krypton magnates were often the main consumers. In terms of personal needs, Yin Zhaoge's true target customers were the magnates who spent large sums of money. It was amongst these higher echelon experts that many of the rarest resources could be grasped. In this current world, many treasures were priceless, as they were scarce to the point of being virtually extinct. Some things could not be measured using normal prices, only being exchanged based on their owner's needs. Many treasures were very precious to Broad Creed Mountain, but of little value to Yin Zhaoge himself. Everything that he was interested in now was a rare and precious treasure. If one were to use forceful robbery to solve the problem, most of the time, people would keep the treasure secret, not knowing what others possessed at all. If not for the southeastern Yang Heaven territories, listening Thunder Peak's Xia family accidentally leaking the news back then, they would not even know who to rob. In order to gather such resources efficiently within a short period of time, the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion had to think of some methods. Most of the time, tangible treasures were not as attractive as intangible privileges. Moreover, intangible privileges could very well lead to more tangible treasures. Still, one had to be carefully grasped within. If it affected the balance too much, it would mostly lead to a swift demise. Still, the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion still had a lot of room to die. With the support of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's Martial Repository that year, it would be very difficult for a power to rival, or even replace it to appear within a short period of time. Therefore, its vitality was very strong. Xiao Ai smiled politely. You can choose 3 impending rain plates, 1 each of the impending rain plate, the heaven-fleeing 7 rotation talisman, and the internal crystal furnace, or 2 bottles of spirit divinity heavenly brew, and 1 impending rain plate. You can decide how to distribute these 3 items. Still, whatever you choose, you can only buy 3 items from our pavilion in total today. The same goes for everyone else. Luo Hai appeared displeased. This old man has been in Yuanzhou City for many days, being the first to arrive. You once said that first come, first served. Does that not count? Of course it does. Xiao Ai smiled, revealing her snowy white teeth. The treasures that our pavilion is selling today are indeed limited in quantity. Only those who arrive first will be able to satisfy the supply of 3 items for each family. Towards the end, there will be a shortage. We can only ask everyone else to bear with us. Please come earlier next time. Those who have not gained anything need not worry. Our pavilion sells treasures on the first day of every month. Henceforth it will be custom-made. Everyone was rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied before exchanging looks. No matter how rich one was, or how powerful one's background was, they could only purchase 3 items at most. It was not impossible for them to get preferential treatment. The chance would come next time. Now, it would be up to the highest bidder. Everyone was very dissatisfied, yet helpless. This was because the items of the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion were indeed good enough. Moreover, they were truly rare treasures. Also, Yin Zhaoge had set a very reasonable price this time, not having to worry about sales at all. Instead, he had maximized his influence. Since that is so, give this old man 3 impending rain plates this time. Luo Hai stared at Xiao Ai for a long time. Looking at Qiu Jiahai, who was sipping tea by the side, he could only helplessly give up. After pondering for a moment, that old man surnamed Zhong, who had gone to Wind Thunder Manor to inquire about news from Heng Xianda, also said, Give this old man 3 bottles of Spirit Divinity Heavenly Brew. Everyone began to plan, and then put forward their own requests. Yin Zhaoge had previously specially asked Xiao Ai to distribute the number plates. This was the first time they were opening for business. Those who queued up first would be able to trade for 3 treasures. Towards the end, some would only be able to trade for 1 or 2. In the end, more than half of them would have to return empty-handed. For a time, wails and cries filled the air. As compared to auctions where the highest bidder won, the losers were convinced of their defeat, as they could only curse the rich in private at most. Now, however, most of them were filled with unwillingness, as they regretted having hesitated for just a moment back then, thus falling behind others. Chapter 1134. After a year of accumulation, Yin Zhaoge actually had quite a bit of stock on hand. Still, he did not intend to release them immediately. After the first auction had been completed, Xiao Ai announced the closure of the pavilion. Those who wanted to stay for tea were all received. Still, the treasures could no longer be sold. Most people felt rather unresigned. Since they were unresigned, they had to think of ways to make up for it. Everyone reserved their number plates for the second opening a month later. Those who had gained something today were no exception. After all, they could only buy 3 things at a time. Reservations are currently not accepted, Xiao Ai smiled. Reservations are made 10 days before the pavilion opens. Please come back early next time. Hearing her words, everyone felt rather dissatisfied. Xiao Ai did not panic as she said slowly, "Please forgive us if we are lacking in our hospitality." They all left angrily. The feeling of having money in their hands, but nowhere to spend it was naturally very bad. Yuanzhou City was a renowned major city of the central June Heaven territory. It was extremely prosperous, as most major powers had businesses stationed there. Yin Zhaoge would naturally not sit by and watch as his money, that could have flowed into his pockets, went to spend on the goods of others. Having received his instructions, Xiao Ai had long since arranged for people to secretly spread the news after the guests had left. For the sake of fairness, openly cutting the queue and taking care of others would naturally be prohibited. Still, the Lord of the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion was fond of befriending those of the same Tao. As the Pavilion Lord's personal friends, they would naturally have some secret privileges. The Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion had a special token plate for identification. You should know what that meant. Most of the people who heard the news immediately understood what was going on. It was just that in order to prevent people from maliciously obtaining the token plate, there were naturally many checks and restrictions on one's qualifications. For example, one had to attend at least a few public auctions on the first of each month. Everyone's imagination ran wild for a time, as they looked forward to the second opening of the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion on the first of the next month. At the same time, they all began secretly inquiring about how they could obtain a token plate. After closing the pavilion, Xiao Ai reported the situation of the transactions to Yin Zhaoge in the back hall. "Young master, it is just as you expected. Other than a few people from the Tiger Leaping Peaks Luo clan, most people use 2 of the 3 quotas to purchase other items, while the last is reserved for purchasing internal crystal furnaces, impending rain plate, heaven fleeing 7 rotation talisman, and other treasures were good, but most of them could only be used once or had a limited number of uses. The internal crystal furnace, on the other hand, was different. For many small to medium-sized forces, or even some medium-sized forces other than Wind Thunder Manor, this was a treasure that could be passed down as the foundation of their sect. Unsurprisingly, the internal crystal furnace was the most sought-after item. Yin Zhaoge shrugged. It is to be expected. It is not that the Tiger Leaping Peaks Luo family does not want the internal crystal furnace. It is just that they want to control the outflow of the impending rain plates as much as possible. Therefore, they have used up all 3 quotas for the impending rain plates today. Young master, the people from the Tiger Leaping Peaks Luo clan are indeed brilliant. Xiao Ai smiled as she handed over a jade slip. I'll give you a complete set of array formations from my sect in exchange for a token. Qiu Jiahai asked, what formation? I think it's called the Celestial Parting Harmony Light Formation, Xiao Ai replied. Oh, while it is only ranked lower amongst the Tiger Leaping Peaks 12 formations, being able to be ranked amongst them, it can already be considered a top-tier formation. Qiu Jiahai evaluated. Junior apprentice brother Yan, while you have the 9 Bends Yellow River formation, the requirements for setting up the formation are really too strict. This Celestial Parting Harmony Light formation is a pretty good compliment. Yin Zhaoge chuckled. I've let senior apprentice brother Qiu down. I also have more formations than just the 9 bends Yellow River formation. We'll have to wait and see then, Qiu Jiahai smiled. Still, this celestial parting harmony light formation is also not bad. It can be used as a trading partner to exchange for other things. Yin Zhaoge received the jade slip from Xiao Ai's hands. Since the Luo family is willing to hand it over, they must have been mentally prepared for it. I can give them a token plate. Still, it's the lowest grade kind. Yin Zhaoge smiled very unscrupulously. Qiu Jiahai sighed. Other businesses have many methods as well. Still, they are unable to achieve such smooth sailing as you, junior apprentice brother Yin. Many methods are just icing on the cake, Yin Zhaoge said nonchalantly. At the end of the day, it is our goods that are good. This is our confidence. With this confidence, we will be able to multiply our gains by playing these little tricks. Young master, we set the price with a conscience this time. While we earned a great deal, we did not earn our fill. Xiao Ai said rather regretfully. Yin Zhaoge tapped her forehead lightly. Look far ahead, little money grubber. There will come a time when your hands cramp from counting money. He waved the jade slip in his hand. Isn't this it? This is just the beginning. The token plates that were distributed at the start were all of the lowest grade. There was nothing to be afraid of when it was low. They could slowly rise up, couldn't they? How could they rise up? Everyone understood. The Tiger Leaping Peaks Luo family desired a token plate, even if it was of the lowest grade. A very important reason was that those who possessed a token plate would no longer be limited to just 3 at a time when purchasing the treasures of the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion. Of course, it was still not an unlimited supply. Still, the upper limit was still higher than 3 no matter what. To the Tiger Leaping Peaks Luo family, a treasure like the impending rain plate was not just useful to them. It could also greatly increase the strength of their martial practitioners. From another perspective, if other powers possessed a large amount of impending rain plates, they would be able to offset the advantage of the Luo family in terms of formations to a great extent. The Luo family had many enemies as well. Xiao Ai, I'll leave this place to you from now on. You should grasp your own limits. It is fine even if you make a slight mistake. You just need to remember a general principle. Yin Zhaoge instructed Xiao Ai. Look far ahead. Influencing the hearts of people is currently the most important thing. If people constantly think about the monthly opening of our Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion, with them truly putting in their heart on this matter, the thoughts of others will gradually fade away. As this goes on, we will be able to take the lead. Yin Zhaoge laughed very shamelessly. Our things are good, but it is not to the point where everyone will definitely have to buy them. Still, if we work on the hearts of people, they will always think about our things. The things themselves will become secondary, as the matter of buying them is their true obsession. Once done, it will be equivalent to fulfilling a wish. Only then will they be able to sleep soundly. Otherwise, they will always be thinking about our opening next month. The public opening of the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion was mostly at a fair price. Yin Zhaoge's true source of income actually lay in the secret token plates. That was the main source. Still, in order to nurture people's interest in the token plates, the greater the number of people who could be seen publicly, the better. Only in this way could the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion have influence. Only in this way could the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion become a symbol of status, causing more people to flock to it like ducks. Very quickly a month passed. The much-anticipated second opening of the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion finally arrived. This time, there was something that left the customers dissatisfied. One of the most popular products of the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion, the Heaven Fleeing 7 Rotation Talisman, had been halved from last time. Very quickly, however, their attention was drawn away by something else. This time, the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion was selling a new treasure, a treasure that had not been available the first time it had opened. Chapter 1135. The last time the secret pavilion opened its doors, more than half of the people had returned empty-handed. Those who had gained something also felt dissatisfied and unhappy. Everyone was unwilling to accept this outcome. But actually, if one were to say that he was deeply worried, that might not be the case at that time. The reason for that was because it was still unknown whether or not the treasures of the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion were truly that great. Although the on-site inspection confirmed that the treasure was real, due to its overflowing spiritual energy, many people were not sure if it was as effective as the legends said. After all, it was a treasure that had been lost for a long time. He had never seen it before. Most of them were consumables. No one was rich enough to try out such a costly item. Over the past month, many people had been waiting for news. They wanted to see if the treasure produced by the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion was as powerful as the rumors said. Coincidentally, someone did experience it personally and spread the news. Of course, that was actually a shill that Yin Zhaoge had long since prepared. In short, there were some brave men who used the heaven-fleeing 7 rotation talisman and successfully escaped from the encirclement of a group of enemies by moving through the void. Furthermore, treasures like the internal crystal furnace and spirit divinity heavenly brew were also convenient to use. Therefore, the final result was clear at a glance. Anything produced by the Pavilion of Heavenly Mysteries was bound to be of high quality. Those who bought it were satisfied, while those who didn't were envious. That was why everyone was so dissatisfied when they heard that the Pavilion of Heavenly Mysteries wasn't increasing the number of treasures it was selling. Instead, it was decreasing the number of items it was selling. This was within Yin Zhaoge's predictions, but he was not worried. There were quite a few good things on hand, but Yin Zhaoge would definitely not release them all at once. As time passed, he would reveal something new from time to time. Only then would he be able to ensure that others would be interested in him in the long run. It might seem shocking to have everything prepared in one go, but it was actually unnecessary. As most of the items sold by the Secret Pavilion were lost to time, the Secret Pavilion had already released many good items in one go when it officially opened. The effect of attracting attention had already been achieved. Any more would only result in overflowing, which would be a waste. Continuously weeding through the old to bring forth the new, continuously advancing to new heights. Not only would this continue to create attraction for the pavilion, but it would also continuously raise the expectations of others. This would allow the Pavilion of Heavenly Mysteries to gain a deeper impression in the hearts of the people. If the enemy was still able to deceive the substitution paper dolls into attacking while being ambushed, that would be equivalent to alerting the owner of the treasure, making the sneak attack meaningless. Also, when facing an enemy, the owner of the treasure would be able to control whether or not the substitution paper dolls would be effective. If the owner of the treasure was deceived by the enemy, there would naturally be nothing to complain about. At the end of the day, people controlled treasures, not treasures controlled people. Oh, if that is so, this treasure is indeed extraordinary. Hearing Xiao Ai's explanation, the person who had doubted her earlier nodded slightly. Still, before he could continue, a voice called out from the side, "I want 3 of these substitution paper dolls." Regaining his wits, that person could not help but curse inwardly as he hurriedly said, "I want 3 substitution paper dolls too. No, I want 2 substitution paper dolls, and an internal crystal furnace." Everyone was jubilant once more. Thus, the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion's business continued booming. It was just that with the limited supply, there were still some who were happy, while others were worried. On the first day of another month, the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion opened for the 3rd time. "There are no more substitution paper dolls?" Everyone looked quizzically at Xiao Ai. Xiao Ai said apologetically, "Our pavilion currently has no more substitution paper dolls. We are currently making preparations. Perhaps we will have some next time. I hope that everyone will be magnanimous enough to forgive us." Everyone felt a slight sense of loss within their hearts. The few who had bought substitution paper dolls previously felt incomparably fortunate. Meanwhile, most of those who had not bought them felt exceptionally upset. Even the various other treasures before them were no longer so alluring, as they could not compare to the substitution paper dolls that they had just passed by. While they were currently within the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion, some people were already thinking about the next opening of the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion. At that time, Would there be substitution paper dolls again? Junior apprentice brother Yan, is there really no more? Qiu Jiahai secretly asked Yin Zhaoge about this in private. Yin Zhaoge chuckled. Of course there is. Qiu Jiahai pointed at him, unable to speak as he only managed to say after a long time. What an unscrupulous merchant. Xiao AI, remember, do not supply anything similar to the substitution paper dolls this time to those who have obtained a yellow token plate. Keep your mouth shut and speak the same. Just say that there are currently no more in stock. Yin Zhaoge completely accepted Qiu Jiahai's mockery before continuing to guide Xiao AI. Treasures are a privilege that only holders of token plates of higher grades can enjoy. These are all privileges, and also have to be graded. This way, the higher the grade, the more valuable it is. Do you understand? Understood. Xiao AI answered without hesitation. Her two big eyes seemed to have two huge copper coins flashing in them. After the third opening of the pavilion, there were finally quite a few people who had more or less managed to purchase treasures from the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion. However, the fourth opening of the pavilion was instead more anticipated by everyone. Therefore, everyone waited and waited. The day that happened once a month finally arrived once more. On the first day of another month, everyone was in high spirits. Yet, in the end, they discovered that the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion had actually not opened this time. This bastard had skipped his ticket. In view of the fact that last month, there were many people who wanted to purchase substitute paper dolls, but were unable to do so, and could only return regretfully. Therefore, for the sake of everyone, our pavilion has specially prepared a batch of substitute paper dolls. It's just that these treasures are hard to come by, so it will take some time. Please forgive me. Xiao AI smiled and said, once the substitute paper figurine is ready, the pavilion will open. At that time, there will be no shortage of other treasures. Without waiting for the crowd to react, Xiao AI continued. Other than that, this month's opening will add another treasure that has never been sold before. The crowd became noisy again, but it wasn't the same as before. Everyone's thoughts heated up again. Last month, there were no substitute paper dolls. Many people were disappointed, so they were especially concerned about this month's opening. That was why the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets had refused this month. That was why everyone had gone crazy. However, whether or not there would be substitute paper dolls for this month's opening was still unknown. Everyone was just looking forward to it. Last month, the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets had only said that there might be substitute paper dolls for this month's opening. Today, however, after hearing Xiao AI's words, it was clear that there would definitely be substitute paper dolls. The dissatisfaction in most people's hearts gradually faded. Instead, they looked forward to the opening of the pavilion even more. It was just a delay, not a complete shutdown. It had to be said that the previous few successful pavilion openings that had left people dissatisfied, yet also broadened their horizons, had indeed given the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets a rather high reputation. At the very least, it was definitely not enough to court disaster in one go. Instead, everyone was looking forward to it even more. This was especially so after Xiao AI had mentioned that apart from the substitute paper dolls, the internal crystal furnace, the heaven-fleeing 7 rotation talisman, and the other treasures, the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets was actually going to add new treasures for sale this time. How could this not make one's heart itch and mind it incessantly? Although the vast majority of people could only buy 3 items at a time, these 3 items were freely chosen. Everyone was naturally curious about the new treasures. Those who wanted to cause trouble noticed that the crowd of Jade Capital Crag disciples had already noticed them, so they had no choice but to give up. Otherwise, they would attract too much attention in the current environment. The new treasure that our pavilion is selling this time is known as the Formation-Breaking Pestle, Xiao AI continued. Hearing this name, everyone was slightly taken aback. Then, someone subconsciously looked towards the representative of the Tiger Leaping Peaks Luo family. After 3 consecutive successful transactions, the representative of the Luo family was no longer Luo Hai. However, The Luo family had already obtained an elementary token issued by the Pavilion of Heavenly Mysteries. This token was for the Luo family, and not for a specific person. Therefore, the representative of the Luo family only needed to bring the token here. May I ask what effects this formation-breaking pestle has? The representative of the Luo family regained his wits, his face instantly darkening as he asked with a final hope. Xiao Ai said nonchalantly, "This treasure was created by the pre-Great Calamity Purple Command Villa. It is proficient in breaking and countering all formations. As a one-time consumable treasure, although not all formations can be broken, it will have a strong effect on most formations. With one strike, it will be able to shatter them." The face of the representative of the Luo family completely collapsed. He could even feel a malicious gaze looking at him from afar. That was the representative of a rival power of the Luo family. The relationship between the two sides was tense, with friction occurring all year round. When the descendants of the two families met, they would almost immediately fight to see who was stronger without saying a word. The only reason they were currently at peace was because they both wanted to buy the treasures of the Pavilion of Heavenly Mysteries. During this period of time, the only thing the Luo family had purchased from the Pavilion of Heavenly Mysteries aside from the internal crystal furnace was the impending rain plate. While they were just some external objects, their deterrence and suppressive power towards their enemies rose at a visible rate, giving them the upper hand. Now, however, this formation-breaking pestle had suddenly appeared. It was practically the bane of the Luo family. The impending rain plate still required the preparation of formations beforehand, but the formation-breaking pestle was a treasure that could be used directly. This treasure could be used by many people. After all, it was not just the Luo family that possessed grand formations. However, its effect on the Luo family was undoubtedly the most direct. "This treasure of your pavilion?" The representative of the Luo family suddenly stopped mid-sentence. Xiao Ai was looking at him innocently. "This senior, is there a problem?" "This treasure of your pavilion?" The representative of the Luo family sucked in a deep breath and said helplessly, "My Luo family wants to reserve it." With the appearance of a treasure like the formation-breaking pestle, there was no need to worry about sales. Even if no one else bought it, the Tiger Leaping Peaks Luo family would go bankrupt to buy it all. Moreover, how could others not be interested? If it was used to deal with the Luo family, it could also be used to deal with their own enemies. Chapter 1137. The Tiger Leaping Peaks Luo family was helpless. The impending rain plate was of utmost importance to them in raising their strength. Meanwhile, the formation-breaking pestle just happened to counter the formations that they were proficient in. Adding the two together, the Luo family would probably suffer a greater loss. Compared to the impending rain plate, the formation-breaking pestle had become something that they had to pay more attention to. They had to control the number of formation-breaking pestles that others could obtain. They had to prevent their enemies from obtaining them. The danger of their enemies obtaining a large number of formation-breaking pestles was even more terrifying than obtaining a large number of impending rain plates. The representative of the Luo family cursed inwardly as he hurriedly sent people back to Tiger Leaping Peak to inform Luo Baiyuan, Luo Bei, and the others. The appearance of the formation-breaking pestle had a huge impact on the entire world beyond worlds, even surpassing the impending rain plate. Even those who were not enemies of the Luo family coveted it after seeing its value. While it was a one-time use treasure, the formation-breaking pestle was like the internal crystal furnace, to a certain extent, possessing strategic value. Therefore, this treasure had unquestionably become the most popular treasure during the fourth opening of the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion. It was just that the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion still controlled the quantity. The rarer and more expensive an item was, the more people sought after it. Unable to purchase the formation-breaking pestle, some people wanted to save up for the next opening of the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion. Others wanted to make up for it by purchasing other treasures. The Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion came up with new tricks time and time again, causing people to feel dizzy as they became more and more engrossed. This was especially so when the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion would release new treasures every once in a while. People could not help but yearn for them, as they wondered how many more trump cards the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion still had. What was most noteworthy was that 90% of the treasures sold by the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion were treasures that had never existed in the world beyond worlds before. The Great Calamity had caused many martial arts and rare treasures to be lost. Even if some treasures had been preserved, there were only finished products and no forging methods. With the passage of time, thousands of years had passed, and now, it had fallen into the predicament of being lost. Yet, the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion had allowed treasures that had been lost since the Great Calamity to reappear in the world one after another. The quantity was so great that it filled one's imagination. It was very likely that the Pavilion of Heavenly Mysteries had not obtained a batch of finished products by chance. Instead, they had grasped the refining methods of the formation-breaking pestle, impending rain plate, internal crystal furnace, and other treasures. Therefore, as long as there were sufficient materials, they could be mass-produced. This made everyone more and more shocked. After all, the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets, which was currently in the limelight, had only revealed the tip of the iceberg. Under the deep sea, what kind of colossus was there? Some of the peak experts didn't care much about treasures like the formation-breaking pestle and the impending rain plate. However, they also had treasures that they yearned for day and night. They had only seen records of them in literature or heard of their existence. However, they had not been able to find them for many years. The Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion's endless surprises and astonishing resources made their hearts burn with fervor. Later on, people began to come knocking on his door, trying to request the Pavilion of Heavenly Mysteries to specially order some kind of special treasure. Mr. He wants the 9 rotation protection talisman? Xiao AI blinked. Our pavilion has never sold this treasure before. What brings you here, sir? This was not the opening day of the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets, so Xiao AI was in the rear hall receiving guests. The person before her was none other than the Brocade Emperor's disciple and Fu Ting's senior apprentice brother, embracing Taiji Hishishing. While his cultivation base was much higher than Xiao AI's, Hishishing did not look haughty as he instead said very mildly, "Your pavilion's products have always been of excellent quality. You've also released new products time after time, seemingly having an endless supply. This he naturally came here to try his luck." "You are polite, Mr. He. If you are talking about this 9 rotation protection talisman." Xiao AI smiled. "Our pavilion does indeed have it. However, we do not have it in stock. If Mr. wants to order it, you will probably have to spend more. Also, there are some materials that you will have to prepare yourself." Hishishing had originally only been trying his luck. Hearing this, his eyes instantly lit up. "Since it is an order, it is only natural that you will have to pay a higher price." While Hishishing would pay according to the price in other shops, he might not be able to increase the price. It was not that he was arrogant. Instead, his face as the #1 descendant of ingenious Flying Peak was already worth this price. Having him owe them a favor or obtain his friendship was something that many could not wish for. Still, Hishishing himself acknowledged that the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion was definitely an exception. He knew the foundation of the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion, and whose business it belonged to. Moreover, Qiu Jiahai and the other disciples of Jade Capital Crag were here as well. "What materials do you need? You can ask for them. As long as this he can find them, I will definitely find them for you." The materials that Xiao AI had requested were not all for forging the 9 rotation origin protecting talisman. Some of them were for Yan Zhaoge's personal needs. The materials that Hishishing had requested also did not include all the materials required for the 9 rotation origin protecting talisman. That way, Yan Zhaoge would be able to gain more, while also not divulging the secret formula for forging the 9 rotation origin protecting talisman. Hishishing was more or less aware of this. Still, since he had specifically requested the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion to order it for him, this was only to be expected. Therefore, adding on the price of the order itself, as well as the basic cost of purchasing the 9-rotation origin protecting talisman, the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion had profited greatly from this deal. This was still under the premise that Yin Zhaoge was on good terms with ingenious Flying Peak, and was on good terms with He Shixing. If it were anyone else, their earnings would be even more abundant. Those who requested to order it would also be willing to do so. After all, this was currently the only thing that existed in the world beyond worlds. As mentioned earlier, the price of a high-grade artifact depended more on the buyer's desire for it. As the buyer desired it incomparably, they would naturally be willing to pay a high price. Moreover, wanting the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion to specially order a treasure for them was not an easy thing to do. It was about qualifications. This was not something that a low-grade token plate could enjoy. There were few in the entire world beyond worlds who could get the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion to order a treasure for them. In order to obtain such qualifications, one would need to spend a considerable amount of money and experience. As time passed, Xiao Ai's understanding of Yin Zhaoge's previous instructions grew deeper and deeper. The little maid whose hands were cramping from counting money was truly overflowing with happiness now. The opening of the pavilion on the first day of every month still controlled the quantity and types of treasures sold. In order to maintain the market's desire, many treasures were sold in different combinations, not selling the same type of treasure multiple times in a row. It was just like the substitution paper figurine from back then. Therefore, the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion's business continued to flourish. Meanwhile, the demand for token plates of various grades was even crazier. While the revenue from the opening of the pavilion each month was relatively constant, not increasing by much, still, the total revenue of the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion was skyrocketing at a rate that left everyone in the know gaping and tongue-tied. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.